chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through. Times don't fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world, but keep the sky on your mind.
Well, hello everyone. We are having so much technology problems today. It is just unreal. Help me, Lord, help me. All right. I think we're finally working most of them out. All right. Wow. What a morning it's been here, folks. I was hoping to be airborne nearly an hour earlier. Well, at this point. Yeah. Compliments of X-Plane, which we all knew ahead of time. Even me. I got that updated pretty quick. Then I found out Felis had an update. That wasn't as easy as I was hoping. Between X-Plane, store, and the plane itself. It took a little longer than expected. The store just very, very, very frustrating. But then to run across the troubles with once I updated it, did everything, because you always got to put the key in. Kind of irks me, but hey, I'm not the developer. It's what the developer wants. So, we got to, go by those games. So, once we finally got it updated, we actually had to restart the computer. And now things appear, knock on wood, and I actually have some wood. Um, Everything's good. All right, so that's the morning, folks, and we are in the 747-200. And if you didn't see it earlier, we're going to fly November 727 Papa Alpha. The, what was it called? Saw it, but it's been a while since I've been in the billboard, what they call the billboard. The Clipper Belle of the Sky. So we'll give this a little run. We're going to go from here in JFK. We're going to head over to San Francisco. I can already tell you frame rates are becoming an issue here. Let me just go ahead. Key, sorry, folks. All right, so you can see we are hovering at that magical number. So, and that's partially because of JFK, partially because of the weather here. Could even be the aircraft, I don't know. X-Plane 12 could have, with this new update, there could be some frame rate issues there too. We are not in the Nimbus, or whoever is making the scenery. We are default. So, and with us hitting 16s, we will not take off here in X-Plane or VATSIM. We just can't maintain frame rates. That's not fair for everyone on the ground. nor you all, that I'd have to go up and down, similar to what someone did earlier in the week up in Copenhagen. This is what I talked about. You gotta have at least 20 frame rates. And to me, once you drop off once, you stay off until you're out of the area and your frame rates recover. All right, so as you can tell from the ground service, we have the chocks on, the GPU and ACU connected. Interesting though, the ACU does not tell you connected, disconnected, or any of that. So that's kind of an interesting dichotomy there, I guess. Let's go ahead, bring the jetway in. And we're going to get this girl ready to go. Get some doors open. All right, what do you say we go fly with Mike? How's that sound? All right, again, a quick look outside. You can see now the jetway's on. Yeah, it's just, the way the frame rates are. Let me try something. Since this Lua thing never goes away, I always have to watch that. All of a sudden, poof, my frame rates went to 70. I don't know. Well, look, no, they didn't. See, right there, we'd be hurting on VATSIM. So that's why we will not start the day on VATSIM. We may do a lot of the flight there. And if that's the case, we may just stay off and not even worry about it. So we'll kind of watch this. For those over in the Felis camp, yeah, we're getting some interesting frame rates here in JFK. So in case you all are watching. Okay, so let's do it. Let's bring in Simba Toolkit. Oh, first off, my bad. My bad. And I meant to make sure this was set up. I'm doing it right now. Can't remember. Let's do it that way. Okay, it's not working the easy way, so let's go the other way. There it is. All right, now we've got it up there. All right, folks. So we're, like I said, at JFK. Sorry, we're kind of just a little bit, refundicated here. All right, so we are flying for Pan Am today. So if you type in the exclamation mark PAAV in the chat room, you'll see how to get here. I am now logged in, I believe. Let me double check. I am. All right. So we're going to start to somewhat finish, do this with Pan Am. Okay. How's that sound? I don't think I have any bids. Let me make sure. No, I do not. Okay, so let's go to flight operations flights. And there's a whole bunch out of here. We're going to look for Pan Am 5. When this comes up, it gives you a quick synopsis of the flight. It's a 5-hour, 55-minute flight, 2,200 miles. You could fly it in either the special performance. I have to laugh at that 747. I know some people love it. It is the little scrunched up version of a 747, not the nice, elegant looking 500 people plane. But it is what it is, and we actually have people at the airline flying it. I'm going to be flying the version 200, which is this one. So we want to make sure the flight plan first allows for the plane you wish to fly. Now, the airline itself, Pan Am Virtual, it's kind of new on the market. It's about a year or two old, maybe more. I'm going to hear from the CEO, I'm sure, on that one. But you can fly 727s, DC-3s, 707s, if L1011s exist out there, they're available. The Airbus 300 is in here. Basically, the historical aircraft of Pan Am. I want to say I saw one of the flying boat clippers somewhere, but I don't remember if I just saw it in pictures. But I thought some sim company was producing them. So if you find one, let us know and we'll get those added in somehow, some way. All right, so once you do this, simply come over here, add to your bid, and it will tell you, okay. And then we can generate from SimBrief. Yeah, as long as you have a SimBrief account, folks, you can do that. Now, I've got Jet Clipper and I've got Gem of the Ocean. Let's go with Gem of the Ocean. Again, it's just a formality, folks. Even though my plane out here is saying Clipper Belle of the Sky, we do actually have that somewhere. It's just by the way the CEO and folks want it. This is what I was talking about. I have seen this somewhere. I just don't know if it was X-Plane, Microsoft, FSX, where I actually saw it, but it was available at one time. Flight plan, and there we go. All right, so we're planning in the Gem of the Ocean, 747 JFK to SFO. All right. Hang on a second. Trying to figure out how I can do. I think I can do it this way. I just want to be offline for this because we're not using SimBrief in particular for the flight plan. I'm just getting the in case the route doesn't come up right. I'm being nice to my passengers. There's a pretty good line of thunderstorms up by Chicago, so we're going to kind of duck south. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. So we'll go fly to Robbinsville, the Q430 Air, over to the J80 to Coaldale, INYOE on the Mod 9 arrival. That's our game plan. And our takeoff time, 16:55. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Hang on, folks. I do need SimBrief for one quick second, and I just go to dispatch. Reason being, I have the clock. 16:55. I know we have the clock here somewhere. Just want to. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Let's go just to be safe. 17. Really serious 05. All right. So there's our load, folks. This is what we're going to fly. Now, it's going to come out with a total of somewhere, it looks like in the neighborhood. I'm actually not going to guess because my addition does not seem to come up here. Thinking about, well, we'll just see. Okay, so once we'll come over here, long range cruise. That's fine. I'll go 45 minutes. Conventional, 1 alternate, and I'm going to use the American Airlines format. Then we're going to generate. Takes a couple seconds. It's reaching out to SimBrief, doing its little thing, and then it'll come back and show us what SimBrief came up with. All right, so here's what SimBrief came up with. Pan Am 5, call sign, Clipper 5, November 730 Papa Alpha. Okay. and so forth. 4 left, 2-8 right for the arrival. That's pretty standard. 2-4 right. Again, for Pan Am, that would have been the correct side of the airfield. They're estimating us 5 hours and 30 minutes in flight, and you can read the rest. Passenger loadout is not on this page. Why is that? Huh. Interesting. Well, anyway, we are going to do a quick edit because long range cruise, I'd like that to actually say what we're flying. Which is going to be 0.85, Mach 0.85. Okay, and once you've updated it, folks, generate. Now, if I want, I could display the weather here. Now, matter of fact, let's do that real quick. Let's pull up the radar so you can see my thinking here. Right through, catching the southern end of this flank here, folks. But I think we'll be okay with the routing we have. All right, again, zoomed in a little bit. So again, those thunderstorms. See, if we'd have taken that other route, we would have gone pretty close to the direct way. All right, so I want to download the new one, and now it's going to put in Mach 85, put in our tail number somewhere. There it is, and go from there. All right, now from here, we're pretty well done with the website. We've got our flight booked and planned out. So now let me pull the browser away. Now let's get in here and start really doing some planning and start really. Did not know we were echoing. Love when you come to Twitch and it's echoing. All right. Hang on a second. I'm resizing my screens here. Okay, that's perfect. All right, so let's get after it now, shall we? Auto brake. Well, congratulations. Can I learn how to speak here, folks? Okay, I'll get to your question there, Pelto JR, in just a second. I want to first say congratulations to Auto Brake. Uh, wow, broke your neck last year working on the instrument rating at that time. Now has his instrument rating of last week. Hallelujah, great job. And now working on your commercial. Great job there. Glad to hear that. And keeping at it paid off. Man, I love hearing stories like that. Thank you so much, Auto Brake. As to you, Pelto GA or GR, if I could learn English again. Yes, this is a fun VA. Like I said, we're kind of new. We have schedules for 1985, which is pretty close to the twilight. You're starting into the twilight years, and of Pan Am, and then they also have it from sometime in the 60s, and I can't remember. That's when the 707s ruled the sky with Pan Am, like the 747s from the 70s and 80s. So, so yeah, check them out here. I'll give you again the link, and check them out. You know, go through, look at it. You can also fly. I know you can chuckle. TWA, the arch nemesis, yes, and you can also check on them if you're into DC or DCS. they do have a squadron. And Auto Brake said just did 2 hours of power off 180s. Oh man, jealous, jealous, jealous. Great, great to hear, Auto Brake. Oh, love to hear things like that. Yes, what what an accomplishment, sir. And I must tip my hat. All right, folks, that is just great to hear. Adversity that then went on and got the instrument working the commercial. Outstanding. All right, let's get after this flight, shall we? So let's now take this to what will be in a better and easier format to see. Sim Toolkit. Now, you can physically, what did I do? Oh, I clicked the wrong one. That's why. Oh, it's like, what did I click? Oh, would not make it in the broadcast booth of many networks or TV stations. All right, flight planning. So let's go up here to our last flight in SimBrief. Again, here's our route. You can see I call it, it's not the southern route because that would take you down here, but it's a little further south than the norm, which would be right over Chicago, right through the thunderstorms over to San Francisco. Let's go ahead, put in November 7. Oh, I have one of these. All right, we'll go with that one. We'll try to be on VATSIM, folks. I really am a little skeptical with the frame rates. Um, and there you go. Get a good shot of why we went just a little south. And getting over here come Friday night, folks. Hey, it's Friday night, folks. If you're into Friday night ops, somewhere in the U.S. it's happening, and usually it's out west. All right, so, and you can see, let's see how traffic's looking here in the JFK area. Yeah, we got quite a few, so yeah, staying offline is probably my best bet, folks, just so you know. Going to the payload of 80,520. Now they're showing 366 souls aboard with no cargo. Well, in reality, in the 80s, with deregulation in place, cargo would be wanting to be put down below to help pay for the flight so that the peeps up above are purely profit. That's, I know I don't mean to sound as negative as that can be, but believe it or not, that's how a lot of airlines worked. The cargo paid for the flight, and they could haul a lot of it even across the Atlantic, folks, and still fill the cabin with people. So, and that became pure profit for them, and that's how a lot of airlines were able to get through the change from regulated flight into deregulated flight. All right, so let's push on here. We're going to load up 177,800 pounds, maybe more. We'll see. 366 peeps. We'll see what we actually end up loading. 4 left and 28 right are our runways, and there's the run. Oh, they got us now Diamond 5. We'll get into there and see how that works. Our initial climb will be to 34,000 at JAAVE, 36,000, DBL 38,000. So pretty decent flight looks like ahead of us. Weather-wise, real quick, here in JFK, not much different than when we arrived in the 727 yesterday. Winds are kind of out of the north at 8. Oddly enough, now we're landing or taking off on 4 left, where we landed on 22 left, with winds exactly the opposite way. It's 82 degrees here in the dew point, comfortable at 52 degrees. So, kind of a beautiful day. There are some showers smattered about the Big Apple. Over in San Francisco, shaky as some call it. West winds at 15, 10 miles visibility. Now, right now, because that says broken, BKN, folks, the ceiling is 1,200 feet. Legal for takeoff, we can take it down as low as 200. If it was below that, we'd have to start potentially looking at a delay and making sure Los Angeles was good in case we did go, things still on the low side and we had to divert. 12 degrees, 8 degrees. We're getting close to where fog could form. You get into that 3 degree separation. There could be fog. However, with this wind, it more than likely won't happen. So, wondering if we have like some kind of, oh, I'm not even gonna wonder. It's California. They're their own place. And if you're from California, I meant every word. I'm just kidding. I have my passport ready, so I'm allowed to enter the country of California. All right, so there's RBV, and here's how we're getting out of JFK. We're going to go ahead and get this bird going. All right, so let's get the checklist rolling. Actually, what I want to first do is let's go ahead and load the plane first. That way I can make sure I remember to start the ACARS program so I finally get this going on track again. I see they haven't fixed that, or my system is still foobar. All right, let me find. There we go. Hang on a second, folks. All right, deleting all of the old flights here so I make sure we're dealing with the thank you. Man, everything is just not wanting to work for me properly. I'm half thinking this is the Lord telling me maybe not a good day to stream, so hopefully things work out. All right, so they're saying 366 passengers and 177,800-ish pounds of fuel. All right, so what are we going to blast off? This is the way you load the plane. If you can get past the sim wanting to play games. So passenger presets, let's go with 75. And that gave us 297. If we go to 50, that's 190. We'll stick with 75. Now your upper deck, you can see how it's broke down. Upper deck, cabin 1 is under the deck, 2, 3, and 4. So you get an idea where there's, sticking to peeps. Ah, I know what I did. Okay, there we go. All right, so we have 288, and you can keep clicking 75% or 50% and give it little better numbers. I am going to actually back off a few. And I can hear my boss going, "Oh, no, you won't." All right, so that brought us down to 270. Now, our maximum zero fuel weight, is it on here? I don't think so. All right. SimBrief tells us 526,500 pounds. All right, so currently we're about 100, or currently about 80,000 pounds from that. So let's put 50% cargo. Okay, so what that brought us up cargo wise, I may have to go to the load sheet to be able to tell you that. Yeah, I'm going to have to. All right. So brought our payload up over what we're planning. Let's go to 0%. Are we even? We're 30-ish thousand pounds at that point. So let's go to 50. All right. So now we're a little heavier. We'll go 506,400, call it 500 pounds on our zero fuel weight, which is roughly 40,000 pounds more, which is cool. 270 people, and we're ready to go. Distance today, route distance 2,300, 5 miles. I bump it up, 2,350. We're going to aim for 38,000 if memory, yes. So we'll put 38. Now the wind. This gets kind of tricky, folks. Currently, we're 262 at 49. So we obviously have a headwind. So watch your fuel. If it goes up, meaning we're putting on fuel, meaning you got the headwind. We're up 17,000 pounds right now, just so you know. So that is your headwind. Tailwind is positive. So if we were going SFO to JFK and a 50, this number would be approximately about the same lower. Taxi wise, let's go 20 minutes. Contingency of 10% for now. Now we're going to go find the alternate information. Oh, wrong box. Okay, our alternate today is Los Angeles, unless they decided to change that. Yeah, it is LAX. Okay. Distance to LAX is 320 miles or 330 miles. So you can see you can only do it in 50-mile increments. So we'll do that high too. And 10%, I think we'll go with these numbers. Actually, go a little bit more to be safe with this headwind. So here you go, folks. We got a 2,300 mile trip. Just double checking my figures. 2,300, 5 miles is what we're planned. And we're okay. We went high on that. Cool. 38, 50 knot tailwind or headwind. Alternate is 320 miles. We added that 12% and perfect. All right. So, and if you want to see what it looks like, here you go, folks. We're running 60,000 pounds in the cargo compartments. All right, so that takes care of this. Now, I'm going to warn you ahead of time, folks. We have not put one person on the plane or one drop of either extra or fuel or whatever. This just calculates. I've never used instant load, and I don't want to do it on stream, not knowing what it'll do. So what you do, go back to the home, refuel. You could, first off, use the data sheet. You could call the tanker to reach that amount, and it will take that long. You know what? Let's do it. What the heck? All right, and it's now uplifting to 199,000. Okay, now you got to go to payload, use data sheet again, and do exactly the same thing. Now you have two options here. You can board real time or just poof, and they're all in there. Let's do it real time. When the cargo hits 60,000, the doors will close. The door will not close on the people. But you can see we're up to 6 pass. And if anyone's familiar with airports, this is exactly how people get on the plane. They wait for me. Didn't you know that, folks? They'll wait at the gate for you till 2 hours. No, no, they won't. You're not there, they're going to go. You checked in and you're not there, they're going to go. Yeah, so you might want to think about getting your butt to the airports, folks. Anyway, I'm not necessarily talking to you, but I have seen it at the airport I used to work at. All right, so while all of that's going on, let's get our checks in. As the aircraft is a classic, like the 727 three-man crew. Captain, first officer, I like to call the pretty boys. They're the ones, that have that nice smile. They're up there, parade wave as they taxi by. The guy that does all the work is the guy behind this panel, the flight engineer. He's the one that more than likely made it comfortable in temperature, in everything that you wouldn't know that those two may have screwed up on. Likewise, they do the same, don't get me wrong, but he manages the entire plane. So he's got a big panel, a lot to work with, from fuel to the engines, fuel being here, engines here, electrics, your air. This is a lot of your air conditioning and pressurization, hydraulics, and so forth. So he pretty much keeps you comfortable back there. So let's get to it. He's on board. Time to do some tests. So as you go through this panel, folks, I'm going to give you a little tip about this plane. You're not sure what to do when you first get it. Oh, frame rates are starting to come up. We'll keep an eyeball on that. If they stay above 20 for a while, I may go ahead and connect. We'll see. All right. So you just bought the plane and you're going, how the heck am I going to learn it? Well, I don't even think there's a tutorial with it. Don't quote me on that, but I'm not certain if they included one or not. But anyway, great videos out there to help you. Also, you have these checklists. The only problem with the checklists, and it's not a Felis issue, it's a you issue if you're brand new to this plane. Don't know where everything is. That's where I come in. So I'll try and help you through it as much as possible. All right, big tip here. If it says test, like squib test, fire test, another fire test right here, here, I mean, they're all over the place. Test. Because when they go through their checklist, a lot of that's what they're looking for. Big hint with this plane. And there's usually two, unless you get that problem, two sides to your tests when you're testing the APU fire and the engine. There's an overheat and yeah, I was wrong on that. I thought there were two. Huh. Huh. Oh, here it is. There's the one with two. I was going to say, it's been a little bit, about a couple days. So a little rusty in her already. Get the humidifier on. We got the galley power on so the attendants can start getting the galleys ready, plus the chillers. We've got the temperatures all set. Gasper fans on. Now I'm going to go all the way back to the rear wall here to do some of these tests. Tell you, it gets old. All right. Oh, that ain't showing you anything. There we go. Now your fire warnings are right above you. Okay. All right, now we'll do the fire warning squib checks. Okay, test of the equipment cooler. There's two of them, blower and the actual cooler itself. Your cargo heat test and your leading edge overheat test. Okay, all your doors are just got one open right now. Normally there'd be two, maybe three, depending the airport. Front two and the back all hooked with jetways. Would love to see that. Okay, there's our lamp test here. All right, so now we're going to check our brakes for heat or test the detectors. Okay, left front, good. Right front, good. Left rear, good. Right. Get this. I'll get it right yet. There we go, folks. Turn the test off and set it there. All of our gear door lights look good. And, oh, anti-skids, my bad. Here's your gear doors. Just checking bulbs. Okay, and all the way to the bottom. Okay, jettison panel, good. Want to see if we got a full tank of potable, which is drinking water. Okay. Hydraulic quantity test you want to do. And I go ahead and turn on pump 4 now. While we're working across, I reach out to what I get. I restarted and thought I restarted thought some stuff was missing. That's what I get for thinking, not learning in the military. All right. 240 now at 4. What's the ATIS for departure or departing 22s? Okay. So it looks like we may have a long taxi to 22 right. Oh well, they'll do it. But what I came here for initially was the METAR, and that is 2984. All right, everything looks good here. Flight cabin, initial climb. I think I said 34. See, yeah, 34. So we'll set 35,000. Then we'll adjust the cabin pressure to 37,000 once we get close to JAAVE, JAAVE, and then at DBL, we'll adjust again to 39,000. When we start down, get below 29,000, we'll adjust again for arrival. Start getting your bodies in the right frame of mind for the landing. Okay, that looks good. Worry about runways here in a minute. All right, and there are tests here if you read the manual, folks, of what you can be testing here. We're going to go right down to the fuel. All right, fuel panel. This one's kind of simple. Actually, we're still fueling. How far along? We're getting really close, folks. You can see right up here. I'll switch over to here where it comes in. We're at to 189,000. We got 9 to go. 10 to, let's call it 10. And then we'll be done. Let's see how the cabin's doing. Looks like the cabin is done. Since this is the first time doing it this way, let's see if any animations. And there are none. Okay, that's cool. But again, see how I told you the doors were closed? they have. Double check. Free to go. We'll just wait and then we'll continue our tests. So again, welcome aboard. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend planned ahead of you. In the flipping a coin if we're going to fly tomorrow or not, we'll find out. All right, so there we have it, folks. 199,773 pounds fuel loaded. That's the first time we've actually done that on stream. All right, let's do a pump check. Just turn them all on. The lights should go off, and they only go off in the tanks with fuel. If they don't have any fuel, like our center one, then the lights don't go off, and then we'll just turn them all off. Okay, let's do a quick cross-feed check. All you're going to do is turn it on, get the light, turn it off, and make sure it turns off. Same with all of them. Okay. Now I can hear some of you going, you don't really need to do that, Cap. Well, I do it. Adds a little realism. I bet you fly with the SIVA. I don't. Oh, too quick. Sorry, folks. Got to wait for that light to go off. Okay, so the fuel check was good. Now we're going to reset all our fuel numbers and now do a gauge check. Hang on, I don't think they're all showing. There we go. Okay, watch all as best we can. It goes through things pretty quickly. All right, good job. All set, ready to go. Now we'll go over to the engines. Big thing we're looking for is that the oil quarts are around the 6 gallon, no lower. I think 5 is when we're supposed to reservice, but real guys out there can fill us in. All right, let's push down. All right, so here is one of the radio panels, audios. You have one on each, one on the first officer and one on the pilot captain side. And I believe there are some behind me. Anyway, not important to see. However, you want to set your panel light and your background light and then do an instrument light. Make sure all those little bulbs from Sylvania, GE, Panasonic are burning or lit. Okay, you got another one up front. Okay, and then they're all back out. All right, so that takes care of the flight engineer. Now, while the captain and the first officer are continuing the brief that you were part of, they're going a little more in depth on the fixes and all of that. You're up here getting the plane ready, so when they step in, they're pretty much ready to start putting in all the fixes and all for the SIVA and dealing with computers doing that. Okay, let's go to nav, and nav, because it was ready and aligned. Okay, now let's do our checks. I've already got the radio master bus on. We're just doing checking switches. We're doing it a little reverse. There we go. Way. There we go. There's our power on check. And overheat. Now we're turning them on. And you can turn the power switch off. All it does is just put power to these. All right, so now let's come down this side. Y'all dampers are set. Auto brakes are in the off position. There is no RTO for it. Anti-skid on, body gear armed. Your main panel background lighting is here. Your overhead lighting is here. Right here is a click spot, folks, which will turn all of your ignition switches to flight start, which is what you'll need when you're ready for takeoff. Once you land, you can click it again and get them out of flight start. Okay, I have yet to be told this is active, but I go ahead just to be safe. This is your cell cal, so keep it low, high frequency, low frequency, and then your your high frequency channels are also not available. Do not know of anyone in VATSIM transmitting wheel well fire. You want to see the needle move twice, and it just did. So the test was good. We're aligned. Start valve closed. I put it to normal. Emergency lights on. Seatbelts on. And working our way down. All right. I've got the nav lights on and the logos on. Working our way down again. If they didn't move, go over here and try it. Okay. Go. And we did our tests there. Dome light. Now, to do the instrument light check that we just did on the flight engineer, click there. They all came on here. You can just simply use if you have it set up for your num key, do them that way, and then I just go as far as it'll let me. All right, all the light bulbs are working. Okay, now we got the fun test. Now we're going to do some avionic testing. All right, just grab for your nav here and ILS 4 here. I'm just going to use, what the heck, 4 left. Why did it? Oh, I know what did that. 4 left is 110.9. Okay, and what we're going to do, okay, now that that's set there, I'm going to go ahead and just get it ready over here. See what we're doing here. We're actually testing our nav and how it represents on our HSI and PFD. I'm sorry, um, um, artificial horizon. Okay, panel lights are turned up. Our radio INS switch is on radio. What that is like nav GPS guys that are used to that. All right, we're going to do an up left, down right. And what's going to happen is the needles will move here accordingly. Up left, see how the localizer slid over, and the glide slope shows up. Now it won't slide much to the right, if any, but you'll get a down glide slope. Did, okay, cool. Again, I'm running on a new update, folks, so that could have been something fixed that I didn't understand in the jargon of the update. Okay, and then I do a quick flight director check. Looks good. Auto throttles off, autopilot's off, and we're going to keep these as is for now because I really don't know what runway we're going to use. Heading and 0 and off for our climb indication. Yay. All right, let me just set 5,000. Reason being, we've got a test coming up down here. We'll use it from there. Our very important switch here, altitude select. Remember what I was saying yesterday, folks. Make sure you're going to change altitudes. Make sure you're in altitude select. Otherwise, you'll blow through it going up or down. Flight director check again. Okay. Now, we're going to do the same up, left, down, right on these. Okay, they're good. Now I'm going to set this to 15.9er. That is JFK. I'll figure something out for this. Maybe Robbinsville. We'll find out. All right, and that takes care of that eyebrow. Okay, now I'm going to move over. We're going to begin testing our primary instrument. So our clock is set to the perfect time. Airspeed indicator looks good. Let's test our attitude indicator. And we got our reach over here real quick and click that. All right. Altimeter, we said, I think 2988 was it? I'm pulling it up here quick. 84. Okay. Then down, 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 be down. Thought we had a backup. Oh, here it is. Right in front of me. I can feel the pain from the snake biting me here. And then I'll get over there and check it when I get there. Okay, 5. All right, so we've checked to here. Let's do our PT test switch. Okay, and no, folks, we do not have that kind of light bulbing here. Okay, our max instrument check looks good there and there. So we can reset and reset. All right, so remember I told you we're going to be doing another test here? Well, a couple to go, but we're almost there. Okay, max indications reset, altimeter alert, altitude alert. And I'll set it back to 5,000. Just your call that you're approaching your altitude. You've never heard this on Flying with Mike.
Pull up, glide slope, glide slope. Pull up, glide slope, glide slope.
Yeah, I know. We have heard it a lot. Now, next one's gonna be somewhere right in here. It's just an idiot light for that guy like me that's behind the control wheel to know that my rudder ratio is not in line. And then we push over to the first officer side. Push to test 1. Push to test 2. Looks good. Yellow to reds. Okay. Looking through my gauges. Test. Good. Oh, we forgot one over here. I'll get it real quick because it makes a noise where this one won't. And that's your radar altimeter. Don't know why it doesn't make one over here. 984. Okay. And let's get our outer, middle, inner markers checked. Good. And all the other gauges look good. All right, let's go down a little. Okay, the radar. All we're doing here, folks, many of you have never heard this term. CRT has to warm up. Yeah, many of you have no idea what a CRT is. Cathode ray tube monitor. Or is it called a monitor? Anyway. Yeah, you got to warm them up. Okay, make sure all your switches are set. They are. Okay, in the past, you all know right here was your switch to bring the yoke in, yoke out. Well, it's moved to this little itty bitty spot. Okay, and I only have it up to be able to push the button there. The rest of this, I mean, it's nice to see, but it's always in the way for me. However, your TCAS is here now. I've got it set to normal, but I can set it to above or below, and I can set my range now. Cool, thumbs up. Great job there over at Felis. All right, let's go ahead and get our flight plan in here real quick. Actually, I went the wrong way, so bear with me. Route menu. I think I can go this route. He says very cautiously. JFK SFO, boom. And yeah, it did it again. All right, so we're going to Robbinsville. That's a good start. Let's look at our legs real quick. Bring in charts. INYOE, welcome in. You ready to go to San Francisco? Welcome aboard, sir. Oh, wow, I'm 20 minutes late in that one. Sorry, just caught it going to the charts. Welcome in, sir. Okay, so our game plan today. Basically, we're just going to watch all of this and make sure they're there. We're to bird. Same Larry. I don't know what that one is. Beats and Vince. Same Larry, Beats, Vince, LeJoy. I did see that. Okay, LeJoy, Air, Ori, Xander, Bauer, and Empty. All look good. Next 5, Creep. Oh man, these are fixes I worked on when I was flying back in the 80s, folks. Got my private pilots. I know these. Wow. Felis, VHP, and there's our first step climb, by the way, folks. And Gordo. Then we go to SPI. Bailey, Twain, Sags, and Kansas City, MCI. Katz, Slough, Hill City, and Kuga. Oh, been to that town so many times in the truck, I can't remember the name of it. But everything looks good there. Hang on, I got it. Goodland. To Denver, Falcon. Then DBL, that's our 38,000 Q. Junction or Gleno, Junction City, Snakes, and Milford. Yep. You can tell I've flown this route a lot, folks. Milford, ILC is a newer one. Actually, probably Wilson Creek and into Coaldale and INYOE. All right. From here, we actually start this approach, Diamond 5 approach. All right, here's how it looks. So INYOE to Diamond. Hang on, I'm trying to figure out where the heck we are. There we are, INYOE to Diamond. Okay, and then lane always flows seeds freely. You know, sometimes I love how these just kind of flow. They really do. And then seeds. Uh-oh. Oh, seeds, then freely. Where's freely? There it is. And then Archie at 7,000. Then we set up for the 2-8 right arrival, which we do not have. All right, so we have to set up our departure first. Well, while we're here, let's just do it this end. 2-8 right. Sound good? Yeah. Archie. And the Diamond, INYOE. 2-8 right. In fact, Archie. Execute. Legs. Okay, just making sure. All good. Okay, back to the beginning now. All right. Back to the beginning. All right, so we're saying 4 left now is not a viable option. Poo-poo on them. I say it is. No. Let's see here. I'm just going to zoom in on the airport, folks. Let's get the ACARS up. Let's kill the waypoint and make sure this is a approach. Departing to right. That is a lengthy taxi. Let's see the winds real quick. This is 10 minutes old, 270. Yeah, we've really got to go there. All right, so we'll do 22 right. Yeah, that's the longer of the two runways. And we'll do the JFK, which looks like this, folks. Straight out. And then we'll work our way over to RBV. Okay, pretty simple departure. So 22 right. JFK departure, execute legs. I'm going to go ahead and I believe we go to Ringer. Actually, it doesn't say that, does it? It is saying we do have to go to Ringer. So, okay. R, N, G, R, 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 R. Clear. R, N, G, R, R. There we go. All right, so we'll just fly vectors and then make our turn. Pretty simple stuff, folks. All right, so basically we'll come off 22, continue runway heading, which is 232. All right, 2. RBV is 13.8. All right, so that's a pretty simple proposition, folks. All right, and there we go. Over here, oh wait, we're not ready for that page yet. Let's go back to F-plan VNav. And climb looks good. Next, 30, 4, 2, 3. Boom. Now we can put progress there. Legs here. We're ready to go. All right, flight plan's in. All we got to do now is get 2 pilots up front that know how to fly this thing, or at least make it look like they know. Well, boarding does take a bit. Yeah, it does. All right, so let's get charts out of here. Clear that airport chart up. Oh, wait. Wait a minute, could I put that in there? Yeah, okay, cool. All right, so there's our taxi chart for me. We are ready to go. Let's take a look over here real quick. See, we're back down to 1520. Man, if I come online, yeah, we're going to be here. All right, so we're ready to go. Last checks, let's see, we, right here, continue to the right, looks good. Down here, first off, spoilers are down. Jeez, I hate this. Spoilers are down, flaps are 0 and 0. 0, 0, and on 0. Selectors are idle cutoff, and the radio frequencies look good down here. All right, folks, we're ready to go. Longer than I'd hoped. All right, anyway, well, that's just the way it goes. All right, last check and still sucky on the frame rate, so we're ready to go. Let's go over there and close up. Notice the doors are closed. And all right, we're kicking over the APU. And she is wound up. All looks good. Turn the top half off. If you wanted to do a check here, folks, what you're going to do is check your frequency off your generator and the volts. 400's good. 115, good. APU generator 2, 400 and that. Good deal. All right. Let's go up here. Go on internal power. Yeah, now it's starting to really affect the aircraft. Wow. Yeah, JFK, unfortunately, is one of those animals that will do this. All right, now we just need to disconnect.
Cockpit to ground. Disconnect ground power. Ground power disconnected. Before start checklist, please. Gear lever and lights. Down and check. Brakes. Parked. Start levers. Off. Radios. On and check. Flight control hydraulic power. On. INS. Check and nav. Compasses. Slaved. Window heat. On. Seatbelts and no smoking. On. Emergency lights. Armed. Exterior lights. Check. Flight instruments. Check. Altimeters and clocks. 1010. Set and cross check. Radio INS switches. Radio. Radar and transponder.
At 1997, welcome aboard.
Standby.
How are you?
Indicator lights. Check. Engine and wing anti-ice. Off. Stall warning. Check. Mach airspeed warning. Check. Auto brakes. Check and off. Body gear steering. Arm. Anti-skid. On. Autopilot and flight director. Check and off. Takeoff warning. Check. Auto-flight enunciators. Check. GPWS. Hold on.
Ooh, it hasn't done that in a while, folks. We did it, but it didn't.
Check. Pull up. Instrument warning. Check. Flight director computer selectors. Check. Instrument source selectors. Normal. Reserve brake valve. Closed. Spoilers. Down. Static selectors. Normal. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. Brake pressure. Check. Stabilizer trim. Check and on. Rudder and aileron trim. Check. Checklist completed.
Battery on. APU panel. Check. Auxiliary power. Check. Engine oil quantity. Check. Fuel quantity. 199,702 pounds. Fuel panel. This.
Trying to figure out what I missed. I found it.
Check and set.
I had one of mine turned off here.
Pressurization controls. Check and set. Bleed controls. Check and set. Hydraulic quantity. Check. EPR computer.
That's
Let's
not
see.
set. All right. I wonder what's up with this. Anyway, so here we could be in GA, which is what they like. Awesome. Studying for that written. Awesome. Glad to hear that, Matt. Hope things go well for you with it. We'll be on takeoff dry, not top of descent, folks. TOD. There was a day when they ran with water injection into the exhaust. I'm just going to go take off dry. That's when you would see that real thick black smoke. And we'll just say, check.
Circuit breakers. Check. Indicator lights. Check. Electrical panel. Check and set. Air conditioning controls. Wait. Fire control and wing overheat panels. Check and set. Equipment cooling. Check. Passenger oxygen. Check. Hydraulic panel. Check and set. Fuel jettison panel. Check. Crew oxygen. On. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. ADPs. Off. Checklist completed.
All right, we get to start it up now, folks. All right, so first thing I'm going to do, get our pushback tug in here.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go. Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
All right, let's get that beacon on.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard the Boeing 747 Classic. We will depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information.
All right, we are ready. Let's see if our pushback tug is. If it is, we'll come up here Get rid of our chocks.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Chocks removed.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Cleared to connect. Face south.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Parking brake released.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Okay, first we got to do the starter
Ready
valve.
to start the engines.
We'll go 3, 4, then 1 and
Ready
2.
for engine start.
System 2.
Starting engine 3.
Starter valve open.
Need to turn the lights on down on the panel here in a minute. Engine 3's N2 is right here. Hard to read, I know. But it'll tell you when it's at 20%.
20% and 2.
Fuel on.
Fuel on. Light up.
And we're just looking now for stabilizer. You'll get a starter valve off and then stabilized.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Okay, system 2
Starting
for
engine 4.
Starter valve open.
Okay. And again, we just have to watch over here. Maybe. But again, it will tell you.
20% and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
And then what we're going to do is start 1 and 2
Starter
together.
off.
And yes, there is enough at sea level for it to start them up.
Starting engine 1.
Engine stabilized. Starter valve open.
Starting engine 2.
Starter valve open. %, and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
20% and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Starter off. Starter off.
Tow is
Engine
disconnected
stabilized.
and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have fun up there.
Engine stabilized.
Perfect. Got both engines going. Thanks for flying with Mike. We'll see you next time around. And we'll watch for the pins, and when they, there they are. Okay, we're ready to continue. Generators. Okay, we are now on the main engines running it. Hydraulics can come on too. Coming off the APU. And by the way, folks, if you noticed, I had one of my air packs still on, so my peoples were comfortable. All right, let's see. What all do we got to make sure is done here? I know probe heat. So start switches, beacons, start levers, anti-ice pack, and door warning lights, hydraulic, and that. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get a little bit ahead of the game. Body gear set.
After start checklist.
Flight recorder.
That right there, folks, is why
On.
we're not on VATSIM.
Start switches.
Off.
Beacon lights.
On.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Start levers.
Idle detent.
Engine anti-ice.
Off.
Electrical panel. Check. Pack valves. Open. Door warning lights. Out. Hydraulic panel. Check. Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
Flaps 10.
All right, now we need to do something real quick here. We're going to go flaps 10, load from the sheet. 12,000 foot runway. Call it 12,001 because it is just about 100 feet. Airport elevation. Again, you can get all of this from your charts, folks. 13. We'll go 0220. Runway's dry. Temperature here 29. And we're 2983. 260 at. This weather, by the way, is 32 minutes old. 2 3s at 10, my bad. Okay, so with all of this data put in, this is our speeds. 150, 158. Look at this, folks. A little bit better takeoff on it. 168, flaps 10. 8,400 foot runway. You know what? We're going to go for it. 4.1 on the trim. Initial pitch 14, and our optimal climb after 10,000 feet is 3, 2, 1. Set our speed bugs. We're ready to go. Actually, I'm going to set my trim. And this is what I talk about, folks. If you remembered, it wants 4.1. Yeah, good luck guessing that on there. Airbus and McDonnell Douglas at least gave you the ability to see that. And I am going to go ahead. Okay, trim set. We're going flaps 10, right? We're flaps 10. Brakes off, start our taxi.
Parking brake released.
Oh, no, we're not. No, we're not. Almost messed up. Now we can release the brakes. I got my ACARS system going. I think these AI vehicles drive a little better in
Stabilized.
X-Plane 12 because they actually have drivers in the vehicles. If you look at them in X-Plane 11 default, they don't have drivers. Yeah, we're right now 10, 11, 15. Guess what, folks? We would not be able to stay on VATSIM. All right, folks, we're headed down to taxiway Bravo. And then work our way over to 22 right for departure. All right, I think I've got everything. Yaw dampers. Yeah, it'll tell me if I don't.
Taxi checklist, please.
Flaps. Flaps 10.
Flaps 10.
Takeoff data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Stabilizer trim.
Set in green band.
Probe heat.
On.
Flight controls.
Check.
Yaw dampers.
Check.
Seatbelt and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU. Off. Fuel heat. Off. Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. Normal. Seatbelt and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
All right, we're ready for takeoff, folks. All right, now I told you there is a quick shortcut up here to get these switches all up. It's right here, and they're all now in flight start. Okay, we're ready to go. There is one that will not. Boost pumps on, crossfeed set. Alright, so I hope y'all are ready to go. We're just waiting to get to the end of the runway to start on this 5-hour journey. Actually close to 6 hours, so hope y'all are ready. Oh, a lot later than I really wanted. Alright folks, we're crossing runway 13 left, 31 right. And we're requesting full length. Alright, so let's start getting lights ready. And I am really glad because there is a lot of traffic here in New York City. As always, folks. Kind of for you guys in Europe, think of it like flying into Heathrow or even worse, Frankfurt. If you have frame rate issues, those airports will tell you in a heartbeat, go, we're going to take the runway. Do our checks right there. Strobes on, landing lights all on. Okay. PR.
Before takeoff checklist.
Icing considerations.
Check. Cabin crew, arm slides.
Cabin alert.
Check.
Transponder.
Check.
All doors are closed and armed.
Ignition.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your key
Flight start.
center, and on behalf
Body gear
of the
steering.
captain and the entire crew, we wish you welcome on board.
Disarm.
Please take your seat
Back valves.
and fasten your seatbelt.
This.
Also make sure that your tray table has been stowed away and the back of your seat is in the upright
Closed.
position. We request your full attention.
Pressurization mode selector.
Demonstrate the safety
Auto.
features of this aircraft.
Fuel boost pumps.
When the seatbelt sign illuminates,
On.
you must
Cross feed valves. Check. Before takeoff checklist completed.
and tighten by pulling the loose end of the strap. To release your seatbelt, lift the upper portion of the buckle.
Now you've all heard me talk about this. I can turn her down, find the PA, and that way you don't hear. We're going to let her talk while we're rolling.
If you do not wish to perform the functions described in the event of an emergency, please ask
set.
80 knots. V1. Rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. Gears up. Flaps 5. Flaps 1.
All right, we're now direct ringer. Then we'll be headed over to Robbinsville, RBV.
Cabin ready.
Flaps up.
Again, folks, be careful with these flaps. You just saw, see that indication? That is flaps 1. Flaps up is yet another, and it almost got me again. Almost. We're right at the top end of the flaps, so. Oh, there's ringer. Okay, I found it. I was trying to figure out where the fix was for ringer on my chart. Climb, EPR.
10,000.
And again, we're just right now accelerating to 321 at 10,000 feet. Then we'll re-engage IAS, indicated airspeed climb, and take her on up to 34,000.
Inasuk68 gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
And Inasuk68, thank you for the gifting of a sub. We sure appreciate you. Cap's Flight
We
just
reached our
got
sub
the
goal of
subscription.
20. Thank you, everyone.
And we just hit our goal. Wow, thank you, folks. I sure appreciate y'all. Gonna have to come up with a new goal. But thank you so much, sir. We appreciate you. And why am I not locking in? There we go. All right, now you guys are probably going, why is this not locking in like they normally do? Well, there's a couple of neat things with this plane. Yes, I should go to INS and that would do it. But if you leave it in radio, you can tune your radios and still fly the GPS. We're 36 miles, wait a minute. Yeah, 35 miles from, correction, I'm reading it wrong. 36 miles from JFK, 7 miles out of Robbinsville. So we're about to pass over. And we're back into an IAS climb. And we're on our way. But again, thanks for the gift subs. We sure appreciate it. Cheers is definitely appreciate. All right, so after Robbinsville, we are going to be coming off. I didn't put my flight plan in. Of course not. I am just that way all the time, folks. Just putting it into Sky Vector. All right, there we go. All right, so coming off, I don't know if it'll even tell me. No, it's not going to tell me the heading. Of course not. That's okay. We'll just follow along as we're now overhead and pushing away from Robbinsville. headed towards Lowry. We got a couple fixes in between, but then we get on the and head towards the Air VOR. And from there, we just stay on the J80 interstate all the way to San Francisco. I know, airway folks. Okay, there's 18,000. Sorry, no fancy dancy buttons here to push the standard like many of you are used to in the NGs. Even this guy sometimes. Alright, so we've got to manually set them. I can hear you go, manual? What? So, but we're on our way. And thank you so much. What a week it's been, folks. A week, really the first full week without working at the airport. It's kind of weird seeing the Allegiant aircraft fly over, and is what it is. And thank you all for helping with the cheering and help with the give subs. We sure appreciate it here. And we're trying out this experiment. This experiment, wow. Full-time streaming while look for a job is, you know, every night I go to bed going just how daunting this is. Trying to find a job at my age, and oh, it is what it is. So, you know, folks, these things happen. So, a little piece of advice I have for you all. Never take for granted anything. If you, as I've been telling you with flying, folks, if you truly want it, and we saw that there with auto brake, the trouble he went through, folks. He got back up in that cockpit and got his instrument rating, is now working on his commercial. Matt, 1997 Air, St. Well, he's got, you know, working through getting his instrument. Folks, keep at it if that's what you want. Whatever you want, folks, yes, you're going to run into a couple of stumbling blocks. Just get back up, dust off the dust, and get back on that saddle and keep striving for your goals. And sometimes God does close doors on you, folks. I'm a living testament to it. Many a door he's closed on me. But, you know, start really looking, because he's opened a door somewhere else, and that is usually better than what you thought. So, anyway, just keep at it, folks. Great to hear. Great stories today. Great everything going on. So, and if we could just get my computer to quit moving the screen like that, would be nice, but I know that's performance and stuff going on. Now, in the Beta 4 release notes, hang on, I'm pulling them up right now on Discord because it's the easiest thing for me to get to. Hang on, what's... Oh, black box is fine. Okay. Explain. There we go. All right, so what they did, it's a new batch file in the support folder to explain. This I don't understand. New batch file, and maybe someone out there can explain it to me. In support folder to start X-Plane with Aftermath on Microsoft Windows. What the heck are they talking about? Austin must be talking that Austin Ease, because I have no idea what that meant. Updated translations for X-Plane, also kind of clueless. Kind of clueless on this one too, but I've heard of it, but I just don't get it. Disabled Zinc for NVIDIA graph cards. I don't even think I'm in Zinc, so I don't think I got to worry. And then they fixed crashed after runway incursions if given instructions on ATC. Inside X-Plane, not from, I hope not from VATSIM or POSCON. DSF planet transition broken. Don't know what that is either. So, a lot of stuff or a couple of things they are working on. I'm assuming the Beta 5 will restart Zinc again on the video. Don't know. But that's what was changed, folk, with this one. So.
After takeoff checklist.
Gear lever.
Off.
Landing and logo lights.
Off.
Ignition.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking signs.
Check.
Back valves. Open. Fuel heat. Auto. After takeoff checklist completed.
All right. Now you can see how my frame rates are going, folks. We're up close to 30. It's mainly because we're out in New York City. There is, well, if we would have been on X-Pilot VATSIM, we would have been hovering in the teens. There was about a half a dozen to a dozen planes there just at JFK, let alone the rest of New York City. And, yeah, plus the weather. Always a recipe for my computer with the settings set like I want them for not being able to be on VATSIM. That's just, you know, the way it is, and just get used to that sometimes, folks. All right, so we are clearing out of the New York approach area. We've got 40, almost 50 miles behind us now, and pushing further. We're actually almost 90 miles away from JFK, so we should be able to come on VATSIM and be able to fly across the country. So, and I am, believe it or not, very tempted to, because we weren't. And I see Salt Lake City is up. That's fine. My worry some is that Oakland will come up, and there's a lot of traffic usually between cross-firing between Los Angeles, San Diego, and San Francisco. So in 6 hours, who knows? Well, wait a minute. What am I saying? It is actually 5 hours out. Still long way to go and a short time to get there. But anyway, folks, we're on our way. 28,000 feet. Now we start watching our Mach indications here so that we can switch into a Mach indicated climb instead of your normal indicated airspeed. And again, 0.85 is our speed for the day. It's a nice little window. Couple of nice things here, folks. This is your EPR, which is down below. I like that. And if you're running the CDUs, you have them there to help you program along the way. We're not to cruise yet, but we're inching along to get up there. All right, questions for you all about X-Plane 12.1.0. How many of you have attempted a gear up landing? Or better yet, how many have watched his video, Austin's video that came out yesterday? If not, we might run that here shortly as soon as we get squared away and cruise. That way those of you that missed it will get a chance to see it. It's actually a pretty good 5-minute video talking about what to expect in 1.0. Unless I hear people saying, no, we don't need to see it, we won't show it then. Again, altitude select. Make sure when you're changing altitudes, folks, that's on. What's recommended when we hit 34 is I move it to hold. Then I want to go in and make sure my tanks are set up correctly. Which I got a couple seconds. Let me look. Keep an eyeball on my engines. We're at 8.4 now. This is actually really nice how this one's working out. Boy, the last time we did this, it blew right through 8.5 in a snap. And I was like, whoa, got to get this thing back under control. What I'm going to do is go into AT mode mock. Now, what should happen are the throttles move to maintain that. We'll see. All right.
1,000 to level off.
All right, we're getting close, folks. We do have one more thing to do at 35,000. We'll move it from climb to cruise. And at the same time, not... Oh, that's why. All right, so now we're green on altitude select, meaning we're about to level off. once we do, I'll flip the switch to altitude hold. And hopefully we'll regain our speed. Yep, here comes the speed. Nine nine two 2992. All right. We're set. We're set in cruise. Gonna go ahead and get rid of that. And as I promised, up we go to altitude hold. And we'll hold this to JAAVE, G-A or J-A-A-V. We're in cruise, folks. All right, so I hope y'all enjoy. We got about 4.5 hours to SFO. Give it a little bit, folks, more, round that. But I'm glad y'all are aboard. Thank you so much for coming along and flying with us. We'd love to chat with you folks anytime. And I don't say this a lot, and I really need to find a way. I'll probably make a timer for it. You guys have any questions? Feel free to ask away about the aircraft in question here that we're flying, X-Plane 12. I'm not fluent with the new Microsoft Sim, but if you're flying FSX or back, some people really still fly those things, folks. I still would be if it wasn't for our moderator, Hawker 125, pushing and pushing to get me into X-Plane. And no, you can push all you want for DCS, Hawker, and it won't be going there. So, but anyway, folks, thank you for the ride today. Thank you for coming on board, and hope you all enjoy a nice little transcontinental flight. I'm gonna hope this won't kill your ears. It did. Been a while since I've been in the billboarded version of Pan Am. All right, got that all squared away with that screenshot I took, folks. I hope you enjoy. And we're on our way to San Francisco. All right, we're going to go ahead, and as long as the frame rates will hold, we'll give VATSIM some try here. And as you just saw, we just came online. Uh-oh, someone's high above us. I think that's someone, yeah, that's going to Hawaii. All right, we'll see how this works out. Let's see how my frames are doing right now, since we do have a lot of weather. Wow, they're really not doing all that great. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that if things get a little precarious. Well, guess what? It is going to kick us off. See that messaging going on up there, folks? That's talking about if you're less than 20, it'll disconnect, and we are still struggling. So I am going to go ahead. Well, we'll just go until it does. It'll kick us eventually. That's not a supervisor saying. That's actually inside XPilot. So, see, as long as normally I'm up in the 30s, and I don't know why all of a sudden I'm way down. Unless it's something to do with the new update with Felis, which that's always possible. I can run down that real quick with you. This is 1.2.6.4 updated today. Yeah, I'm going to just go ahead. This isn't fun. All right, anyway, so they removed a message from and replaced them with EFB screen messages. Not sure what that was. X-Plane 12 increased starter torque for faster engine starts, removed a Lua jet enabling option. Now it's disabled completely. Corrected an EGT, added starter fuel controller for correct starting process, shaking, and auto brake selector. Oh, a command. So I'm not really sure where the frame rates are getting hammered at here, but they are getting hammered. So no mods. A lot of mods have come out for the aircraft, but yeah, there are none. On mine, at least. But yeah, we're just going to remain off VATSIM, folks. Just frame rates are just not holding. And like I said, I don't know if it's part of Beta 4 or part of what's going on, but all right, so currently we're showing well, that's interesting, a 5 hour, that was 40, about 15 minutes ago. We're right now at about 4 hours, 24 minutes. Let's see here. And there are a few of you that have requested I fly a little longer. So that's what we're doing today. Now, if you'll bear with me a second, we'll play this probably a couple of times. Just get over here to YouTube. All right, let's see how well this will play. I'm working on it, folks. Right on it. Oh wait, it's not playing for you all. Hang on. Oh, that silly goose behind the screens. There we go.
Hey there, it's Austin Meyer, and today I'm going to talk about the new stuff in X-Plane 12.10. I'm going to start with the graphics. So we have a new bloom for the lights. That's where the light really seems to have a lot of volume, so you can really tell it's lighting things up. While we're on the graphics, we've also improved our shadows. You know how X-Plane used to have kind of jaggedy shadows? We managed to smooth those out quite a bit as well. And while we're talking about smoothing, we also did some anti-aliasing improvements, so the whole image has a much smoother look to it. As well, we have new particle effects. Now, particle effects are pretty awesome because if you forget to lower your landing gear or something like that, you can see all the sparks and stuff coming up off the bottom of the airplane as you grind down the runway. But that's really just kind of a silly little feature, isn't it? We've actually taken particle effects and done something useful. So I got a helicopter pilot to hover in a helicopter with me in the snow to see what it looks like when all that snow comes up. It gives you a total whiteout experience. This is what it looks like when we did it in a real helicopter, and we're getting that in the simulator now as well. That's a useful application of particle effects. Can you still fly the helicopter when you come down into a hover and your visibility is completely obscured? Another cool thing we've done is a new weather system. So it used to be we got our real weather for the National Oceanic Administration. The problem was their server was down half the dang time, and when we would get a weather for any location and time, we always just tried to interpolate between nearby weather reports. We wound up with kind of unreliable, smeared together real weather. It really wasn't that great. So now we host the real weather on our own Laminar research servers, so the data is always available, and we use a voxel building technique, where every voxel, or volume of air, grabs moisture and heat and humidity from the nearby areas to build layers of clouds that move back and forth between the various weather reporting stations. It gives a much nicer and more consistent real weather feel. Okay, so this Piper Cub, it's a wonderful little airplane. 65 horsepower in this little motor. That's fine. That's all you need. The airplane hardly weighs anything. Nice little tires here, set up for grass fields and stuff like that. It's a beautiful little plane, perfectly balanced. So I asked to put one in X-Plane, and when the artist put it in, he said, let me do a Super Cub instead. So with the Piper Super Cub, they started with this airplane. Then they put in like 150 horsepower or something crazy like that up in the nose, and like these gigantic, huge Tundra tires. And when you look at these, you might think, oh good, more power, bigger tires, that makes the airplane better. Well, does it really? So in X-Plane, when you're flying that thing, as soon as you start doing some touch and goes, you instantly become aware that if you so much as touch that throttle on final approach, you basically can't get the thing to get down onto the ground. And then when you do land, you cannot do a three-point landing. The wheels are so gigantic, coming way down so much farther below the axle than this airplane was designed to handle, that you have to get the nose so far up to get the tail wheel to touch down at the same time as the mains. You're going to stall every time you try to land. You wind up having to touch down with the tail up in the air. So it's interesting how when somebody started with a great design, then added more, it didn't actually make it a better airplane. And what I find so cool is that the X-Plane flight model is good enough to actually show us that. Okay, so that was the old, but we've also got the new. I'm simulating the Aliyah, of course, in X-Plane, and I've gotten the latest motor and inverter cooling models from the real world into X-Plane. So, when you fly aircraft like this, those critical motor temperatures are accurately simulated. Okay, so the stuff I've been showing you is great for lots of customers, but now what I'm going to show you is great for the professional users. So there's a company called Scalable Display, and they make this awesome technology that lets you combine the output from many different projectors all into one big immersive visual. X-Plane 12.10 now has native support for the scalable display technology, so pro users with many copies of X-Plane can have them all blended together completely seamlessly into one big immersive view. I feel like I'm going to fall into it if I step too far this way. So that's X-Plane 12.10. It's kind of a kitchen sink release. It's got a lot of cool stuff in it. Grab it and let us know how it goes.
For a limited time, save $10 on Powerball.
All right, there you go, folks. And we're still trying to get slowed down. But anyway, that is what you can see now in 1.0. And that's only a little bit of it, folks. Boy, if I was to go through how many pages of what they actually did, it's unreal. If you head over to the X-Plane site, you can see the updates and actually see what came to it this time. It's pretty amazing, folks. But anyway, back to our flight. We're at 34,000 feet. We're staying off of VATSIM, and all of a sudden, our engines are trying to go super slow on us again. So we're just kind of watching and monitoring. So folks, I hope you enjoy. You won't find the other flight simulators here. You'll only find X-Plane. So, and I know that's very limiting to many of you, but I'm not impressed with it. So, as many of you are. Eye candy only goes so far with me. I want a atmosphere I'm flying through to be more correct than I see with the others. So that's why we're here. So plus I'm at 34,000 feet, folks. It really doesn't matter what the ground looks like. I'm way up here. So it's called flyover country for a reason. All right, so I think I may need to reset my Mach switch. All right, let's see how that does. Looks like it's kind of not wanting to do it. All right, so we are on our way, folks. I hope you enjoy the flight. And we'll be up here, folks. We got a good 4 or 5 hour flight ahead of us. San Francisco is the destination, and frame rates right now are good, but not really. We're just not getting good frame rates right now. So I don't know, like I've been saying, I don't know if that falls upon X-Plane 12 or upon Felis. So we'll have to do some more flying. For all I know, there'll be another update in the morning. So who knows? So enjoy the flight, folks. I'm going to take a quick break, step away, get a couple of chores done, and we'll be back here in about 5 minutes, hopefully, maybe a little longer. See you in a couple of minutes. All right, folks, we're back with you. It is really windy outside. That's one thing in the wintertime you could always count on here in St. Louis was the wind. But boy, come summertime, you'll stand outside and say, hey, those of you that work outside probably know what I'm talking about. You're like, it's the wind. You're just standing there blowing, trying to get some wind. It's so hot that there's just absolutely no wind. And speaking in my area, about to see a thunderstorm. How about that? Huh. Pretty cool. Just looking ahead here on Sky Vector. So those of you in St. Louis, you probably already know, but there's a thunderstorm in the area. I just found out. All right. Hopefully it won't be like it was a couple days ago. I see Zebo's updated. Like it was a couple days ago. Or a couple weeks ago when we were streaming and a severe storm came through. Hang on a second, catching up my emails here for job searches. All right. Okay, so well, anyway, getting back to that story real quick. Yeah, we were streaming. We were on the ground in Kansas City when the storms hit here, and boy, they were fierce. There were a lot of tornado warnings up in the St. Louis area. And lo and behold, I decided not to take off just yet. And of course, on the flight sim, Kansas City, everything was well west of. So no weather issues there. But just out my window. So I decided to hold up, let the storms kind of come through, see if they're going to kill our power or not. And thankfully, they did not. And out the window, looking to the south, I see two funnel clouds. Wishing I had a GoPro camera or something, like some streamers do outside, that I could have just bloop, put it right on it, that you all see. So now I can already hear some people go. Now the wife, my youngest daughter, and granddaughter were all downstairs in the basement. I'm up here watching the storm go by. And if it was really up to me, I'd go outside and look even more. So that's a little bit about the Midwest. A lot of people don't know. We run to the tornadoes. Everyone else runs away. So, but anyway, it was an interesting night. These storms look nothing like that night. Oh my God, was that bad. So, but anyway, we survived. We're on our way. And like I said, we got a storm maybe about to come through. Maybe that's where all this wind's coming. That or that streamer from St. Louis that just keeps talking. All that hot air. No, just kidding. That would be me. So, yeah, a little bit. More of the, if you want to call it, meaner part of this storm is north of us. The Collinsville, Edwardsville area pushing up towards Springfield, which we're coming upon here shortly. Let's see here. Oh, we're getting ready to fly over my old stomping ground, Dayton, Ohio. So, yeah. So, I hope you all have a great day, great night, and be safe this weekend. We'd love to see you next week. Speaking of the weather, folks, I have to admit, this spring, a little more unusual than most. We have really been hit by storms here in the St. Louis, Missouri, Illinois area, all over from, say, Chicago to Memphis. Well, maybe some say there's still a drought down in southeast Missouri. But boy, have we been hit. Kind of look at the map to see where is the rain not hitting. Because I just talked with my folks. They've been getting inundated out east. I haven't heard much about the West Coast. So just been one of those patterns, folks, where we're just seeing a lot more rain or more storminess. Don't know if we've seen a really above average stuff. I mean, I know the rivers are up, but it's just interesting, how from year to year. But I'll tell you this much, we really, thank God, didn't have a bad winter. So we had a couple snows here and there, but overall, I don't have a complaint about winter. Very thankful that it went tranquilly. So, all right, well, I am just going to kind of sit here on the side. If you all have anything you want to bring up, talk about, hey, hit it in the chat. I'm just right now reviewing that part while I was away. Getting a couple chores going. Kind of seeing if I missed anything. It doesn't appear that I did. But I'm just thankful to have you all here. Thank you so much for being a part of Flying with Mike, and we hope you all have a great weekend. It's Memorial Day weekend here in the States, so we thank all of our military and who serve or have served. We thank you so much, and we appreciate your sacrifices. But that's not the only people we remember at Memorial Day. We remember all of the fallen, our loved ones, our for like mothers, fathers, grandparents. We remember all this Memorial Day. So I hope you all have a very, very good Memorial Day weekend. Like I said, be safe. So, hang on a second. Something just looks weird. See if I can fix it. That is subscribers. I don't know why this does this. Why it won't lock and stay to where you can read it. All right, unless it's maybe for the Streamlabs or Stream Elements version of OBS, because I'm running straight out OBS, so I don't know why it does what it does to me, and I have to resize these windows all the time. All right, folks, we're looking at about 3 hours and 40 minutes to San Francisco, and we'll be on the ground. And that will be the wrap for today. I'm still flipping a coin about tomorrow. Tomorrow's flight is the Citation 10. If we don't fly it tomorrow, we will get it in Monday. And that reason being, my wife's thinking about going somewhere, and I want to make sure I'm available. So. All right, folks, we're back with you all, and hope y'all are enjoying JFK to San Francisco. Clipper 5 is the flight number, and if you're interested in the Pan Am virtual site that I'm with today, crew.paavirtual.com. crew.paavirtual.com will get you there, folks. Check them out. Love to have you aboard. Great stuff. You caught the beginning. You saw us completely get this flight up and going. From logging into the website, getting the flight, getting a bid in, getting the flight plan set up, to then putting it together in the plane. And almost forgetting to start the ACARS program, but we caught it before we released the brakes for taxi. That's a start. And for those who may just now be tuning in, hey, first off, if you like what you see, like what you hear, we'd love for you to smash that follow button. Follow us, see where we're headed next. Also, if by chance you didn't catch us about a half hour or so ago, we ran the little 5-minute or so video that Austin did, creator of X-Plane, about what to expect in 1.0 for X-Plane 12. Some neat features I will give him. Neat airplane. I want to try this helicopter he had. That looked kind of cool. Of course, I'm sure, like most helicopters, I won't be able to fly it because I don't have the cyclic and all of that. But looked pretty cool. All right, let's take a look here at our fuel panel. All right, so how this thing is designed to work, folks. Granted, we're transcontinental, so it's not all in play here, meaning the center tank wasn't involved. However, we did have more fuel in our number 2 and number 3 than our outboard 1 and 4 tanks. So what you do is you run, I'm running with all cross feeds open, and I've turned the pumps off for 1 and 4. Why? That means 2 and 3 are fueling all the engines. Now, once we get to within roughly 4,000 pounds, so we're talking what, 31,000 pounds, 31,000 pounds here. We'll then first kick on the pumps and then run with tank to engine. And then once we start our descent, if I remember, and I don't mean that if I remember the checklist right, if I actually remember to turn the reserve valves on to drain the wingtips into the number 1 and 4 tanks. That's why you stop. So that way they stay slightly lower than your inboard tanks. The theory is less weight out on the outer part of the wing spar. Okay. And frame rates are still an issue. My gosh. I haven't seen single digits like this in a long time. So I really don't know what's trying hard on X-Plane. Something is, and don't know if it's the 747 update or the X-Plane update. But yeah, we're really getting hit hard on frame rates. So we'll just keep plugging through and hope for the best. Hopefully we don't, something bad doesn't happen. Yeah, see, now the frame rates are good. So I don't know what's updating or what's doing what to cause all of that. We have shut down X-Pilot because it's useless to try to come on when your frame rates are down 8, 7, but then they bounce back up into the 30s. So, I mean, it who knows what's causing all of this. And I am unfortunately, I don't know enough about the Sims to even begin to figure out what's wrong. Other than this could be part of it right here, this weather. We'll find out. So, those of you who are savvy enough with the Sims and know where to look, how to look for it, and figure out what's clogging it up, share how I can free mine up. And I'm sure there's some out there like me who would like to know too. All right, what did we just fly over? Ah, we're over Indianapolis. So next up, that would be the weather around the Springfield down to St. Louis area. Doesn't look like it's come over us yet, but who knows? Oh, excuse me, folks. I'll be real interested to watch us as we punch through this, how our frame rates go. All right, folks, here we go. We're getting up to the weather and a step climb. So we're going to go ahead, dial that in. Okay, we're making the climb from 34,000 to 36,000. Then at DBL, we'll go to 38, our final altitude. You can see we're back to sluggish again. And I think it's all due to the weather. But it looks pretty impressive, folks. That is a very impressive looking wall of thunderstorms. Now, I do know with 1.0 they did update the way the lightning looks color-wise. So we'll have to wait and see some of that here to get that full effect. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff they did to this. More than that 5-minute spiel. Just keeping an eyeball on the fuel, folks. The scary thing about that fuel, when you're going across the Atlantic, you'll be quickly out of the center tank pretty quick, but by the time you burn the scavenger or get the scavenged fuel into the tank and get reset, all of a sudden you're at the point to go to tank pump or tank to engine, and you're like, but I'm like just past Boston. So, or just, you know, in that vicinity between Boston and the Labrador coast. So, you're like, what's up here? All right, I think we're leveled off at 36,000. Let's go back into hold. I'm going to set 285, see how that does. So we are now into the thick of it. And look, frame rates are pretty decent. Who knows? Who knows? I think it's some to do with the plane and some to do with the update. That zinc thing, I know a lot of people who use it. I know I've been told my video card doesn't support it, so I don't know if that has anything to do with what's going on. All right, so we are getting our way across the country here, folks. About a third of the way there. I think it's saying 3.5. Now, winds will change along this route, folks. So it could stay 3.5 and then all of a sudden jump up to 4, all because we've hit some headwinds, stronger headwinds. So well, the stuff by my house isn't even showing up. That would be, here, I'll show you a sim toolkit here. Give you an idea of what we're getting ready. All right, so here's them thunderstorms. Here's approximately where I'm at, right in this area. And if you were to look at Sky Vector, bear with me here. Hey, this is a sectional chart. Am I? Old grumpy, oh my, alcoholic. Welcome aboard. Thanks for the follow, sir. We sure appreciate you. Nicknamed me Old Grumpy Man, so hey, gotta love us when we're around. Anyway, Springfield is, nope, that's Peoria. There's Springfield. So here's that line of storms we're seeing. You can see right down into St. Louis here. So, well, thereabouts and then back up. So we were trying to miss this, and well, we ended up on it. But thank you, sir, for the follow. And Cahokia is now instrument conditions. My airport still that I used to work at, still VFR. Who's that? Litchfield is low instruments with heavy rain and thunderstorms. So yeah, pretty good punch of storms out there. Oh, I didn't mean to hit that button. So it's just kind of weird. It's just where you get your weather from, folks, shows you how that all works. I'm going to tell you right now, this is actually impressive. Let's take a look out here and see. Really still haven't gotten to it. But once we get past this little bottleneck of storms here, pretty much smooth sailing to the West Coast. Try something. I do have a plug-in AvTab, and it's running in the 30s as well. Why it's not in the other program, I don't know, but what can I, like I say, folks, I'm not programming savvy with the sims, just operational with them. So feel free to bring in some questions. Since we have a new follower, hey, I haven't done this in the whole 2 hours we've been up and flying. Give you a little background on me. I'm 59 years old, folks. 1983 earned a private pilot's license, real world. However, in 1985, life just took turns that I just couldn't comprehend. And I left flying. Wished I hadn't now, but, we all have those kinds of moments. But anyway, went on to the Air Force, drove a truck. 1999-ish, we'll call it. we came back to flight simming. And we came to flight simming in either FS98 or 2000. We ran the course out all the way up to FSX. I still will tell folks, Century of Flight is the best out there. Hang on a second. We're picking up something on the radios. I was trying to figure out what the heck is in my ears. But anyway, so Century of Flight was the best. FSX, you know, we all know where that went. But as I got a better computer, it got better. And I could actually enjoyed it. And then I finally, that new computer ran out of memory to the point where it wouldn't even start. So with a brand new computer, Hawker 125, our moderator, kept pushing. So I thought, what the heck, let's give it a try. It's not that expensive, so I went to X-Plane 11. Folks, I'm not going to the other side anymore. Little bit of a learning curve once I got through it and kept learning and learning. We enjoy X-Plane a heck of a lot more than Microsoft. So very happy with it. Very glad I switched over and am going with it that way. We also started streaming, and 3.5, 4 years later, folks, just been a blast. And I'm so glad you all are here. And now we're embarking on full-time streaming. So while we're in between jobs, since I got let go from the airport, we're out looking for a job, and we're using streaming to help fill the gaps out there. So thank you for one and all for being a part, sticking with us through these sometimes hard 3 years to do. But thank you so much. And that's my story in 2.5 minutes. Maybe 3. All right, so we're in the storms here. Let me just kind of look towards St. Louis. I'm going to tell you, this looks pretty good, folks. I mean, do I see towering cumulus? Not really. But I can definitely tell we have storms here, which is more than I've said for other default weather systems in flight sims. So now, if you want that kind of reality, you know, that's where X-Plane comes in, and other, not X-Plane, Active Sky, and other weather programs like it. All right, so we're at 36,000. Let me check my fuel tanks. Okay, we're still good. Well, that is the direction towards St. Louis, folks, and it's pretty accurate to me. Well, for a flight sim, let's put it that way. Do I expect to come on here and actually go, well, you know, the weather in St. Louis says blah, 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 blah. Do I expect it to look like that? Not even an active sky, folks. Now, the clouds will look better? Yes, in active sky they will. But I'm going to tell you right now, for default weather in a flight sim, X-Plane's got it beat there. This is the best I've ever seen for default weather. I'm thinking as soon as we get past Kansas City, folks, things will turn for the better. Actually, by Kansas City, we'll be out of it, and no more, well, little pocket over Grand Junction, but nothing to really write home about. I've been thinking of getting X-Invo. Only reason being hurricanes. I'd like to get back into flying into them with the C-130s. I really don't yet have a good C-130 platform to work from, but yeah, Laminar's on a good path. I'm waiting. There's a matter of fact, let me see if it's visible. Weather forecaster, no, that's not visible. Talked of a system down in the Caribbean that could get its act together. I don't see it. I'd have to go to another site. Let me just check. I haven't been there because the actual season doesn't start up until June 1st. By the way, it's not far away, folks. That's not where he put it. Oh, okay. I see why. Ah, so it's moving due north. Okay, so it's not headed this way. Okay. That's the system I think he was talking about. It's up in the Atlantic now. If anything, Bermuda's going to see it. So, okay. Cool. But it was down around the Jamaica area of the Caribbean a day or two ago. Yep, it's that time of the year again, folks. Yeah, back in a century of flight, I flew a C-130 on a century of flight with Active Sky down into, I believe, was Charlie. 2004, the bad year for hurricanes down to the year, what I call the Katrina year. The Katrina Rita year, because they just 1-2 punched them. Well, Charlie was obviously before, and I flew into this hurricane, and again, I think that's the name of it. Beautiful graphics, folks. Beautiful, beautiful graphics. But I kind of waned on liking it because the whole back end of the eye wall was gone. Well, I flew around a couple times, enjoyed this magnificent what Active Sky was able to put on it. And that's what Active Sky was known for. It's hurricane modeling. And as I was flying back to Keesler with the 130, I pulled up the websites, and lo and behold, the rear wall had collapsed. I was like, holy crap. So I was very happy that I had purchased it and what I had seen, and then flew several more hurricanes with it. Just flat out loved it. Unfortunately, life got in the way again, and I didn't keep it up to date, so it wasn't as expensive, and well, now it's way too expensive. So we're not going to have it in the hangar much, if any, because I'm not going to be able to afford it. So, but yeah, I just will never forget seeing that. Also, flight from Philly to Charlotte, big thunderstorms where you would expect them in the southeast. And folks, you know, normally you see them a couple of 1,000 feet below your plane, a couple of 1,000 feet above, like you saw back there. No, these went the full column length. I was highly impressed. Of course, that also took a hit on frame rates, folks. So, but yeah, it was impressive that what Active Sky put on. So, but I've heard a lot about X Environ, and I've been tempted to get it. But I'm kind of like you there in USIC, just kind of playing out Laminar. Keep hearing great things, and I'd hate to blow all of that money to get some of the best default weather I've seen ever. So, just it makes it hard. Austin, ugh, I tell you. All right, so let's see how this looks on. Well, now for the most part, folks, the weather is off in this general direction behind us. Let's kind of look. Again, the higher tops down there is towards St. Louis. Not even really sure where we are in relation to the Mississippi or even Illinois rivers. But yeah, we're through most of the rough stuff, folks. But again, this all stretches from near Chicago down to St. Louis, a little far south of St. Louis, not much, and then hooks back up towards Omaha, Des Moines area. But now you see how this column just kind of, I don't know what the reported tops are. Okay, so we have to, we don't have that, no. But we can find out what the base is. Very simple. Go to Sky Vector. We're up along Springfield. Let's just take this cell here, Keokuk. They're reporting a base of, scattered layer 5,000. These storms are so far past. So you would see it from 5,000 all the way up to whatever the reported tops were in active sky. So very, very impressive. Trying to see if we can catch the big river. Nope. Got another thunderstorm coming up. And another one off in the distance. So yeah, pretty much what we're seeing. But yeah, if you can just imagine, we'll just say 36,000's the tops, which that's actually not far-fetched. So we'll just say that's the top, all the way down to anywhere from 1,000 to 5,000 at the base. So that whole column you could see in active sky. Really impressed. And it had a pretty good shape of a thunderstorm. But then you paid for it. Get that. On top of what you paid for to get your sim. And your aircraft and all of that fun stuff. So the fact this is right out of the box X-plane is impressive. Let's take a look out the window. Look at that. Now I will tell you something that's funny. I remember when X-plane 12 was starting to see a little lightning. X-plane 12 first came out and we had pyramids in the sky. I thought for sure if you flew into, man, it's going to get turbulent. Don't know what the weather phenomenon was they were trying to depict, but pretty much I haven't seen those. Then again, I haven't flown the Pacific much. That's where I always seem to run across them. You may start that up a little bit of Pacific, maybe Far East running here next week, and maybe get back on our African tour. So we'll see if we can catch any of those pyramids. But folks, you'd look out and you'd see what looks like a pyramid and of clouds. They've gotten rid of that, but boy, have they really, look at the shadowing, folks. Really good job here. Felis is actually showing one. And think about dropping down to see how that looked. The other great thing, I don't know if you've seen this yet on one of my streams yet, INYOE, or not, but Zebo and Tolis confirmed the weather radar when you push the WX or turn it on in Tolis is showing colors now. Not just the greens, well, we just saw them, and let's try it out a little further. Not just the green here, but you had the yellows, the reds. Really cool. So, folks, they are, man, starting to really look good. Look at my tilt. Let's try this. Tilt 2. Well, we're getting ground clutter. Doggone. See how it's starting? That's what it looked like on Zebo. Second, I'm going to tilt. See if we can get the ground clutter out. Actually, let's try shorter range. Yeah, we're still getting the greens, but that was impressive. The yellows and the reds. We really had a cell in front of us. Not long after we crashed to desktop, but still, on the Zebo flight to Key West. What an amazing picture drawn. Glad to finally see the induction of that, because the aircraft radars actually got away from that, from an ugly crash in Georgia. Look it up. Southern Airways. The pilots just had a hard time depicting with the greens, which was the worst and which wasn't, and anticipated things outside what the thunderstorm wasn't doing. But that was just, it's like any crash, just a whole bunch of things come together to make your day horrible. But it's nice to see the Felis radar picking up returns. Let's try something else. Anything I try, folks, I like cringe. Is it going to do something bad? There we go. Look at that. That's my airplane. Oh, there it is. That ain't easy to... Look at that. That's the internal map here. So what you're seeing out there, down. Okay, so here's my airplane. So if we look off into this general direction here, let's do it the easy way. We're going to see that. That is that cell right here, or cells, all over here by Kirksville. IRKVOR. That is incredible. Because this also was greens. All right, welcome back, folks. Yeah, as you say, very nice and an anticipated feature. So yeah, this looks, Austin, man, I tell you, just looking great. All right, now I'm going to have to try a belly landing, and I'm not going to do it in this plane, folks. I have the perfect plane to do that in some other time. I may or may not do it on stream. Side. As in the video we talked about the ability to belly land, and you can see the sparks. Also, Nerd with Wings yesterday asked, and I'm going to ask you all today. He said he heard something about some new camera views, approach, departure type kinds of things. Is that the shift 3 that I've been using all the time, or is there another one that I should be looking for? I can't see it in the notes. Or if it's in there, it's gobbledygook that I don't understand. And that is an official aviation term, folks, gobbledygook. Thingamajigger, thingamabop, yeah. That's actually in the engines. Wow, just amazing how it's changed in this new version. Very cool. I can't find anything up here, the views, but then I can't find I don't see any. Try 6. Is it supposed to do? Right along. Okay, I want to try shift 7. Oh, that ain't the weapon. Yeah, I'm just curious if there actually is some other views not seeing. Looks like some more weather up. All right, folks, so there you have it, the 747-200 from Felis. Beautiful plane. Just love flying this plane. It can fly a couple of airlines, Pan Am Virtual. I can also fly Piedmont Virtual, Northwest, Pan Am, and there's another one. Doggone it, there's several Pan Am or several liveries or airlines I can fly Piedmont. So very cool, iconic plane, folks. I will go out on a limb to say partially would help put the Concorde out of business. I'll say partially. I'll give you my reason why. Concorde was probably the technologically advanced airliner ever to fly. That flopped. Flopped mainly because the cost per ticket. Only had 120 seats. $6,000 round trip. That's a lot of money, folks, to just go 3 hours between Europe and the States. This girl comes along, 400 to 500 seats. Yeah, it takes anywhere from 6 to 8 hours, but it's much more affordable. So I say that's where this airplane did a lot of damage to Concorde. Did not help the Paris, France incident. Matter of fact, that is what actually grounded it and I think eventually terminated. Hopefully the iteration that's coming up here soon will be cool like Concorde, but you're looking at probably one of the aircraft that probably killed it, because you're only talking a couple of $100 a seat on this plane versus a couple $1,000 a seat on Concorde. Don't get me wrong, it's a cool plane. It's a time machine, folks. You could literally board the plane in Paris or London, and when you got to the States, if you just went by what was on your watch, you were getting off the plane before you boarded it. Granted, throw time zones in, you all know that. Well, some do. I'm not going into that story. But, but yeah, you would get off and like the clock had never moved. I think I went the wrong direction. Yeah, going west, going west, it would do it. Going east, you know, it's the same thing. You're already 4 hours behind schedule, throw 3 hours to it, and that's all 5 hours, time zones. And, yeah. So, just like I used to tell people when I drove a truck, I load up in LA for New York, I'm already 4 hours behind schedule because of the time zones. So, that is the Queen of the Sky, folks. And now, this aircraft has been, it's still in service with the air cargo folks, but it's been pretty much put to pasture from the airlines. I think there's a few, Lufthansa and a couple of others that still fly it, but for the most part, been put out to the pasture too, or to the cargo. And as the A350s and 787s begin cargo modding, which I think the 350 may have already, 330 has, there'll be more of them going out too. Just like the MD-11s are slowly working their way out, 747s will too for some of the airlines. It's a shame that, but you know, we lost the 707, the 727s many years ago. Even the 777, folks, many of the airlines are starting to get rid of. So yeah, it's just amazing to watch the aviation world. Like it or not, it is unfortunately what it is. I'll be honest, I don't really like the cockpits of the new. I'm not a G1000 fan or similar variation into what the 787 and A350s are. I like, give me this cockpit right here, or slightly up with the displays that we have in the 37 and the Airbuses, the baby bus A330s. Go much more than that, folks, it's just way too much. Alright, looks like we got some more storms ahead. Yeah, in the early versions of X-Plane 12, especially for here, that could have actually been a pyramid. But they're not now. They figured out what was triggering that, man. And boy, have the clouds evolved. Just, you know, on a interesting story, we flew to Phoenix a couple of years ago. We came out and flight sim or X-Plane was, these clouds just were not looking right. And I'm like, what? Part of this is not looking right. Lo and behold, on our way back from Mesa, the airport I used to work at, the clouds looked just like it. I even pulled a screenshot up and looked and went, okay, time to shut up and just realize I'm wrong, they're right. So, I'm going to just say, great job, Larry. Be right back, folks, see what's coming in here. Alright, so we're under a severe thunderstorm. Alright, so severe turbulence, tops above 40, oh wow, thunderstorms up to 45,000 feet, hail, inch and a half, wind gusts to 70 inside this segment that's covering St. Louis, Des Moines, and is it covering? Yeah, oh, I'm sorry, Ottumwa. I think Des Moines is out of that one. But yeah, it's pretty intense. Some pretty good storms starting to build up. It's summertime, folks. What do you expect here in the Midwest? Actually, most places, especially if you live in Florida, it always rains every afternoon. Let's look back. Wow. Amazing. Simply amazing. Okay, so we're about, let's find out. What is MCI? 1325. 33 miles out. You know what? If I click that on, it'll tell me even better. The interesting thing, folks, remember I told you we had a pretty stiff headwind? We're only cruising at 445. So, see how the winds are indeed playing out. Page 2. 252 at 46. So we're getting hit pretty good. About a 45 knot headwind. Wow. All right, so there you have it, folks. And with, I'll be right back. Got a chore to do. Why don't we go take a little walk through the cabin? All right, there's one of those audio panels as well. Two of them here, because you could seat two more in here. And this is a level of detail, folks, that's unmatched. Haven't seen it in much, but it's in your aircraft. The only thing that would have made this any better. Hang on, folks. I'm not good at going down steps. But down into the galley. There's the first class section. Not like you're used to today, folks, but they had the bigger seats and stuff, but it wasn't like you're used to today, with your little pods and stuff like that. That's what I call them. Don't know what the airline will actually call them. Yeah, you could, then you get back here to cattle class. Hang on a second. Here's how the galleys all look. I mean, they've really done a phenomenal. I mean, this is a level of detail, folks, a lot of others won't go to. And I am just impressed every time. Another galley. Some of these have it to where it'll loop around in the back. I don't know if many of them actually did. I know they would sometimes reconfigure. Put in more walls or something because of passengers. Mainly bathrooms, that's right. So yeah, there you have it, folks. And then it's not like, you know, you can come down the other side and just be impressed. I think it's Zebo that's actually put the displays on the backs of the seats that many of the airlines do now. Of course, that technology wasn't around in the 747-200 days, or just emerging. Just not very good at walking fast up steps. Yep, up here, a lot of the airlines actually put the first class lounge up here, and then back here would be flight attendants and or air crew members of either, you know, pilots or them, for their sleeping areas. I know with the 767, that was all housed in the cockpit area. Well, some, not all. And then we're back in the office. All right, I hope you enjoyed the tour. Oh, yeah. Wonder when screens extending from the ceiling became a thing. I know the 747s actually had screens on the bulkheads where the galleys were. Now when they started, like that, I don't know. But that was the most you could get for in-flight entertainment. Now you get that little tablet in your lap and all of that you can do. And it's actually for airline. Hopefully no airline CEOs are hearing me. It's not priced that bad. Now they're going to jack them up. All right, we're free of weather. We'll give it a little bit more, and I'm going to check frame rates now. Because I know INYOE, when I flew, it's the only 767 that I'm trying to make sure. Yeah, I believe it's the only one I ever flew on. We were, I want to say 10 to 30 minutes shy of where we would have got an in-flight video or movie, what they called back then. And I want to say the bulkhead screen is where it was, but don't quote me on that. It's like 1980, 6, 7, 8, somewhere in that ballpark. It's in the age of People's Express. Many don't know that airline. Well, frame rates are somewhat better now that you got rid of weather. All right. So we're coming out of the commercial break right now, so hope y'all are enjoying this lovely flight to San Francisco. We're past Kansas City, that's for certain. Let's see, what is Goodland, Kansas? Hill City first. 1370. Oh, wow, we're 160 miles from there. From here, folks, other than around Grand Junction, like I said, the weather pretty well calms down. And then I don't know what's up on the West Coast. I haven't really looked ahead. Let's just kind of give it a shot here. Exclamation mark METAR. KSFO. All right, well, we're still overcast at 1500, 13 degrees Celsius, and 8. Wonder why we're bogged down with weather there. Or clouds, at least. Huh. Hang on a second, folks. Let me see what my dog's barking at. All right. Best of my knowledge, looks like UPS next door is what he was barking at. Oh. All right, folks, we are on our way. We are just shy of 3 hours out. Which, by what I've been judging, is about right. See how we're doing. We've gotten further and further away. Looks like we're maintaining in the 30s now. We get to SFO with that low bank, it'll then I said it and it dropped. Really curious what's causing the frame rates to just go haywire like that. All right, I need to get in here and do some stuff here with Discord. Hang on, folks. I'll be right back. All right, folks, got that all taken care of. Oh, great. I wonder what plug-in. That part I'll never know. But I'm wondering if it's partly this new aircraft, so this new version, this aircraft. Came out this morning or today. I don't time-wise, of course, we don't know. Unfortunately, yeah, I wish we could figure out what's the culprit. For all we know, it could be the streaming. Yeah, that's, you know. Well, I do know this much. I do have a video driver update to do. Give that a try. Really? Oh, I know what you're talking about. Now, wait a minute. It looks like the SASL it could be. Lib radio, huh? Open weather. I have open. Is that's a plugin? Huh. Interesting when you look in there sometimes. I'll tell you this much though. Yesterday with X-Plane 11, I got a little surprise when we landed in St. Louis. No St. Louis scenery. I don't know. I'll be totally honest with you there, Inusik. Really don't know if Librain is being used still or not. But yesterday we had my St. Louis scenery from StarSim vanished. Now the folder and all is still there, so I might just go download it again and reload it. But yeah, just like up and everything, building wise, everything went away. I don't know what the cause of that was. And I shut the sim down, came back up a few minutes after the stream, and still no scenery. Came up in X-Plane 12, the scenery was fine. So I don't. Weird things. You know, it's those weird things that just boggle the mind. Yeah, I do remember seeing a lot of Librain in X-Plane 11. But yeah, I'm not sure what's up here. For those of you curious, you just go to your plugin administration and then it shows it to you. So all of these are plugins in there. I did not know. They must have put that in because I didn't think I put FlyLua in. PosCon. That I knew came eventually with the new. That's weird. But yeah, definitely the 747 is cranking on it a little bit. So, but yeah, here's the, no, it's not showing, but this is part of it, the ground traffic to St. Louis. So I don't know what happened to it in X-Plane 11. Yeah, it's really hitting it every now and then, that SASL. Wait a minute, I know I have that in here. Unless it has vanished. Yeah, I have XPUIPC. Ditch SAM and get OpenSAM? Yeah, I heard SAM went away. I have XUIPC. It may not be the most up-to-date version, but I have it. Some of these didn't even show up in there. Yeah, there's XUIPC. So get rid of SAM and get OpenSAM. Okay. I will actually head over there and download it so it's ready when I get done. Open SAM. Huh. Interesting. Interesting stuff. Okay, yeah, we'll look for that. I was just looking and seeing how that related over to issues like sceneries requiring it and how they were, if there were fixes and all. Well, we'll get that loaded and see if we actually have to do that. All right, we're 50 miles out of Hill City, Kansas. So we're reaching a little past the halfway point, folks. So I'm glad you all have stuck in there with us. Glad to have a few newcomers aboard. Hope you all are enjoying. And if you're new and haven't done so, we'd love for you to smash in on that follow button. So that way, if and when we go live, you get a nice message saying, "Hey, Flying with Mike is live." So we're glad to have you aboard. And San Francisco is looking like a fun place to go into right now. Overcast skies at 1,500 feet. Can't really tell anything on the flight sims as to why. I don't see anything on radar, caught like a storm system or something coming in. But yeah, pretty much socked in, and it's not fog, it's just cloudiness. Should go to scattered here at 2200 Zulu, so bear with me. Well, that's in about 2 hours, about the time we get there, so we'll see how that works out. Usually Friday nights on VATSIM, it's a pretty intense place to try and get in and get out of, so we are not going to be on VATSIM, and I will explain why with one picture. Currently, the frame rates look good, but every now and then they drop way below 20. And if you're not familiar with this, and there's a possibility a young man or woman out in Copenhagen earlier this week kept going offline, online on them. Probably dropping offline, hits the button to reconnect, drops right back off because the frame rates were below 20. That was an intense day at Copenhagen. I will bet there were better than a dozen aircraft on the ground and that many lined up to land on one of the runways. So yeah, frame rates, if you can't hold them up, could have been an issue. Or he could have just been one of those being a troublemaker too. Who knows? But anyway, that was a fun event. I just wish I could have stayed. Nobody was able to get a clearance. Nobody was able. The ground was pretty much dead stop, and I didn't want to sit for 45 minutes, so I went offline, got out of the area, and then came back on. Unfortunately for this flight, the way frame rates right now are doing phenomenal. I haven't seen it drop below 30, or there was 120 right there. The heck was that? I think we just had a... Oh, we're still streaming. Something just... Wow, I don't know what that was. But Alexis was just kind of all over the place behind me. But yeah, that CPH event, that was wild. Yeah, they do. And the guy and the controller, you know, he did what he was supposed to. As soon as this guy just would not talk to him, he got a supervisor involved. What happened from there, folks? No idea. But that was weird what just happened in the house. Oh, okay. I was just reading your post there about the Open SAM. Yeah, I was just curious how that would work out with like my scenery for St. Louis that requires it. So cool. All right, hang on a second. Let me see what's brewing outside. We just got one whale of a wind gust. Hang on just a second, folks. Ah, you attended the closing of Berlin event. Wasn't that like yesterday or the day before? Oh, I can imagine just how busy that'd be. It's always busy though in Lagen, Germany. It's always busy. Oh my goodness. I haven't flown in that region online in a while, and I'm looking to get in there. So uh, I'm just biding my time when I'm gonna jump in again. Such a different environment to fly in over in Europe versus the US. Getting used to all the different transition levels and all the phraseology changes. They're not many, but there's some that they catch you off guard. Is that Hill City? That's Hill City. Oh, a few years. Oh, explain. Oh, when the N-Builds was still more of X-Plane than it is of today. Although, to their credit, there is a freighter version of the A300 out there for X-Plane 12, but Dream Flight, love it. Belgian cargo, awesome. Look at that. Go from nothing but clouds to no clouds. Well, folks, that's what transcontinental flying's like in the U.S. Just, it's like the Eurasia stuff over in Europe. You start in Europe, socked in halfway across Europe into Asia, poof, no clouds. And then you get to a place like San Francisco, it's socked in again. We'll see how that works out. The forecasts are showing it may go scattered.
You love me! You really love me!
My goodness, Mr. Spaceman himself.
Spaceman 634
the
just
man
subscribed for
behind
30 months.
Pan Am Virtual. It's in the house, folks. I am not worthy. Welcome in, sir. Welcome in. And thanks for the resubscribe. 30 months. Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable indeed. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming aboard. Well, we got her still staying in the sky. Let's put it that way. But yeah, it's going. Just looking forward to the right now it's overcast and 1500 in San Francisco. Now the forecast is for it to go scattered 22Z. So we'll see if that actually happens. But yeah, we've been running into some frame rate issues today with the Queen. So yeah, and it just updated that plus the X-Plane update. You know, who knows which one or if both are, you know, fighting each other. So we've had to stay offline. This is not a accurate story of today's flight. We were actually taking off low 20s in JFK, and JFK doesn't help either. So we have not been online because of it. And we've been going through this all day. That actually had simmered down quite a... Boy, it's like back with a vengeance doing that today. So I know the notes said that Zinc was turned off to NVIDIA video cards. And while I don't think I'm running in Zinc, I'm wondering if that had something to do with it. That's about the extent of my computer engineering skills. No, actually, they go more like this. Let me call the technician. But I'm glad to have you aboard, Spaceman, and everyone here today. Oh, what do we got here? Hang on, I just saw first time chat come in. Fly Mankey. What isn't better than X-Plane? What's better than X-Plane or Microsoft? I'm gonna go with X-Plane 12. Now, if you want to compare FSX, can. And since we're coming out of the break, let me rephrase. What is in better, X-Plane or MSFS? I will say X-Plane 12. Now, if you want to compare it to FSX, it's hands down better. To compare to MSFS, I have no reference because I don't have it. But yeah, INYOE put it perfect. It's the frame of reference you want to look at it flying. I look at the environment I'm flying in. I'm at 36,000 feet. Really, the scenery is not even on my radar. But I worry more how the aircraft is flying through the atmosphere here, as well as with the hardware and all on my computer. Right now, it's a little, I'm not sure what's causing my frame rate issues, but if I had to say, I'd say X-Plane 12. I'd go with that in a heartbeat. Oh, we actually have some clouds again. It's like, wow. Amazing how you just go to cloudless after that big storm front. Yeah, that was really weird here just a few minutes at the house. Boy, we took a real big burst of winds. Clear skies out there. We took, I want to say, maybe a power bump. I don't know. But the machine behind me, where my wife works, all of a sudden kind of made a weird noise. And then I don't even know if it's still on or not. Wow, that was weird. Let's find out. Okay, yeah, all her stuff's working, so really weird what hit us. So in Yusuk is replying back. He would know more probably because I've walked away from Microsoft when I came to Explain. So been looking for a way for a lot of years, and Explain finally stepped up and slammed the home run with me to stay with them. So now I will say I know a lot of people grumble that we don't have a server to do group flying on, although we kind of do, but we don't. In total transparency, you can use things like oh, what the heck's that utility I have? Hang on, desktop. May not even show up. I've run into that quite a bit. Anyway, I do have something that I could fire up, but it's just a lot more complicated than the stuff Microsoft ever came out. Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. You know, I have noticed that too about the lightning, and I am looking forward to being on the ground somewhere with a storm. They say they changed the coloring. I'm curious to see how it now looks with the lightning. Icing, oh my goodness. When I first bought the Tolus A319, I think it was, I flew a flight from Philly to St. Louis. St. Louis at the time was experiencing, was it snow? Snow and ice? I can't remember the whole thing. But anyway, I flew in. I crashed twice, folks, because the aircraft iced up. I couldn't figure out what I was doing wrong. And the thing was, from what many real Airbuses, a lot of times they won't fly into that kind of stuff because of. And yeah, twice. Right as I turned onto the localizer, I just iced up. Well, now they've increased and fixed the icing problems at Tolus. And wow, I was so impressed with that. And now I'm looking to see, because they said they've spread it amongst other aircraft. I want to see how it interacts. But the Lightning, I want to see the new coloring and all. Really, they've really come a long way with X-Plane 12 since it released. Oh, speaking of fuel, I knew it. I went too far. All right, get these tanks on. All right, so we got to get 2,000 pounds. Let's see. In theory, I should be able to do this, get up front here, watch the engines, make sure they don't shut off, get us back in balance. I got to talking, folks, and forgot about the fuel. This aircraft, folks, if you've not flown aircraft where the flight engineer is a big part of the aircraft, the FJF stuff, he's there to a point. But this aircraft, you got to work your fuel tanks. Normally you'd have SEVA, INS on it, work that. It's a lot of work. This is a working airplane, folks. It's not a just throw it in the air and let it go on autopilot, come back and land. You got to stay with it and work. Ah, that is awesome. So you launched a session in freezing rain. The aircraft sat on the tarmac for a good while. The tail sagged and the gear compressed. You know, I did that kind of in Colorado Springs, and sat there while I was pre-flighting, and I looked at the KC-10s that were right next to me, and you could watch the glaze come over the plane as the weather evolved there. It was really, I was like, oh my gosh, that was really cool. That was Flight Factor I was in then too. So that was impressive. So yeah. Nerd with Wings, how's it going, sir? Welcome. It's going great for us. Frame rate battle, but we're making it. Right now you wouldn't know because we're not in any weather, but we were battling 20s and single digits out of JFK. And just so you're aware, Nerd with Wings, we are in Beta 4, and we're also in the latest version of the Felis 747, just released today, as did Beta 4. So, updating to Beta 4 yourself, yeah. If you plan to fly Felis, just realize if you want the latest greatest, they did release one this morning too. All right, let me keep up on my fuel tanks now, because what I need to do is drop my outer tanks now, 1 and 4, to about 20 before I re-engage the center tanks. And that's the big thing with this plane, folks. You're constantly, oh, but I do need to do something. Let's take this up to 37. Leave that there. Get our pressurization set. Inyusuk, thank you for another gifted sub. Thank you so much, sir. We sure appreciate you coming aboard and gifting. Thank you. Nerd with Wings was gifting yesterday. Today it's Inyusuk. I sure appreciate y'all. All right, so how we doing here? Oh. Cut it out, airplane. Oh, wow. We just had a whole lot go out here. Wow. Let me see what's going on here. Sympathish 532, thanks for the follow. Holy moly, what's with all the following? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who's all coming in here? This is just flat out awesome, folks. Thank you so much for all the follows. I lost track where I'm at. Here we go. My goodness. Did I miss a raid? Well, that is, I've got, just double check my fuel tanks. Okay, so Emra Arshlan, SM Fadish, Cool Good Looks, Actitude Plus, Vickish, Kellerby, 45560414397. All of you, thank you for the follows, along with Love Chick Skin, Mastor and Ador, A&O Waiver Board, Ibisally. Wow, we are just getting follows. Oh my gosh, thank you all so much. To go through this list is wow. Thank you so much for the follows, folks. Vikas Chandeliv, Dilva. Wow, thank you all so much for coming in. Wow. Oh, a bot attack. Okay. Well, I don't know how to pretty much stop a bot attack. Well, Abu Hassan, I'm not 100% sure. We may have a bot attack going on, and I'm not certain how to defeat it. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Uh-oh, the moderator's jumping in. Get ready. The 8th Air Force is on standby. No idea either, but I am just going to keep focused on keeping the plane in the air and I'm trying to figure out on my end what I can do. Well, if you know what boots are out there or bots are out there, Hawker, you can start booting them. And I don't know which ones are which. But they're not even in here. I'm trying to just turn off. Well, I'm thinking about that, but I just turned off all of my alerts and hoping that may end it. Why did that come through? Did I miss one? Yeah, because if you look at the last follower, oh yeah, he is in the list. Really don't know what the benefit of those things are, but some reason some people think it's fun. I don't get it. 23, 24, so we got a little ways to go before I can bring the fuel back in. Here, let me just try this. I'd like to go, thought about doing sub-only chat, but that doesn't look like it would do anything either. Yeah, but the follower count's not going up there in USIC. Oh, really? I thought I was. Oh, okay. Then I was wrong. Okay, we'll take the count, but I don't like it at the cost that it did and still doing. I really don't get into what the thrill is in that myself, but you know, hey, to each their own. All right, so we're starting to get into the Rockies, folks, if I'm looking at this map correctly. And you can see now our frame rates are dropping again because of the weather. We were in the 30s out there in severe clear. Now we're down in the low to mid 20s. So let's see how this looking here. Yeah, so you can see where the impact is coming in at. Plus the scenery, plus the weather frontier, whatever these clouds are. So yeah, it's just been that day. So, oh, we've been down as low as 8 and 9, Hawker. I've never heard of reshade. So yeah, it's been a tough day with the Felis bird. We'll try tomorrow with the citation, one of X-Plane's birds, unless something's come up that won't be able to, which, believe me, I could see that coming with all that's going in our house or going on with our household. So, let me get over here on the fuel tanks. Just about there. So, but yeah, we're planning a Citation 10 flight tomorrow. Maybe we'll be able to fly it out with decent frame rates. Something tells me between now and then there'll probably be another update. They turned zinc off, so something wasn't playing nice. I wonder why people love doing that, but no, it's not a free plane there, Abu. I forget how much, but it's a really good plane. I just don't know what's not playing nicely with it. And again, there's a lot of updates involved, so that could all be playing in here. X-plane, the actual plane itself updated. So who knows? But it's a beautiful plane to fly. Looks good in the air. And hopefully you're not seeing all of the alerts, just the sound. And I don't, wait a minute. Yes, I do know how to mute that. Just dawned on me. I'll just do that. Of course you would find another way. Felis is $70. Wow. It is that. It is phenomenal. Speaking of which, well, we still got a little ways to go on the fuel to get it since I let it go too far. But yeah, it's a fun plane to fly. I wish I knew where that was. Goodness gracious, why do they gotta keep doing this? can't find out how to mute it. I really don't want to shut this down. Because I'm about to get rid of all my stream alerts. Problem is, I don't know if that's do it or All right, so by turning off my alerts, I wonder where I got to do that. Okay, something's weird here. Damn it. Got them turned off. Oh boy. Well, let's see here. Give it just a couple seconds here, and if so, I'm going to drop the stream, bring it back up. All right, we should be back up. We'll get you guys back on board here in a second. Well, that didn't work. Yeah, I've got a feeling. We'll see. All right, let me get in here to my fuel because I have been remiss. That's good. We'll just get the tanks on. And I'll just run them like that. All right, so we're going to get back into flying the plane and not worrying about this bot attack and how to end it, because I got a bad feeling even if I was to restart OBS, it would still go on. They've gotten a hold of it somehow. All right, folks. Well, again, sorry for the drop of the stream and backup. We tried something, it failed, and we'll just keep going. All right. So, anyway, folks, we are on our way to San Francisco. Currently about an hour and a half out, hour and 45 minutes or so out. Just been one of those kind of days with the stream. Don't have any rhyme or reason as to what's going on with this attack, but know how to end it. Other than to kill all of my stream alerts. Okay, that's not causing it. Let's check over here for any possibilities. So, it just has, like Hawker said, run its course. I don't know why, what the rhyme or reason is, but just let it go, folks. All right, and wish them well, and hope they got their thrills. All right, so currently we are actually getting close to our step climb. Actually, we passed it at, what is DBL? Red table. Okay, well, we need to be up at 38,000. We're heading up. Altitude select on. 38,000. 500 feet a minute. All right, so we're on our way up, folks. Well, I will say you were right there, Nerd with Wings. We have definitely increased our followers. Not the way I'd like to. But yeah, we definitely have. I tell you. Anyway, we're on our way. Checker. All right, so we just got in respect about, we're a lot closer than when we started, folks. We're about 2/3 of the way there now. Hour and 30-ish minutes to go. So what a great flight we've had so far, minus the stuff that goes with stream. Got to put up with sometimes. All right, and we are coming up on 37. So we'll just keep going. And again, folks, I just don't know how to thwart this bombardment of bots. Why they find it enjoyable, I have no idea, but we'll just continue on. So thank you so much for sticking in there with Flying with Mike. And San Francisco is not far off. And if you want to look on the bright side, folks, we've been airborne 3 hours, 45 minutes. We released the brakes and started our run across the country. All right, so we're about to come out of the commercial break. We're at, well, we're still climbing up, taking our time, and we'll be at 38,000 here in about a minute. So welcome in, folks. Welcome back. And we dropped the stream there for about 10 to 15 seconds, hoping it didn't work. So we'll see how that translates out. All right, so yeah, this is not how I wanted my follower count to go up at all. Wanted it to go up through all of my through hard work and um, trying to make the stream better, not by these bot wars. All right, so we got a bunch of clouds up ahead. Let's see how the frame rates are doing. Mid-20s. All right, so we're just working our way through Colorado. And believe me, folks, if I could silence the alerts, I would. I don't know where they're, other than getting rid of them. Hang on a second. Where is this one coming from? Okay. Soundalerts.com. I know what that is. Now I just gotta find it. All right, folks, I've been quiet here. I'm thinking I'm at one of the places this could be. I'm just hoping to find. How I save. There's something I haven't seen in a while. Oh boy. Oh, there we go. Now we're live. Okay, folks, sorry we had to drop off again. We were actually, I don't know what that issue was. It may be tied to all of this. It's still going through. Well, I thought I got them all. Oh well, there's nothing I can do about it. I've done everything on my end. Um, so we'll see what we can do. I've disabled sound alerts, got rid of them from here. I just don't know. And I'm not going to worry anymore. I'm just going to more worry about flying than anything else. Why? All right, so we're on our way, folks. Again, don't know the cause, but we'll just keep blasting on, hoping for the best. We are currently 1 hour, 22 minutes out of San Francisco. We'll start looking at the arrival here shortly and go from there. All right, 38,000 feet. Mach 0.85 looks good. Let me go over here, set us to altitude hold, and take a look at our fuel. All right, looks good. Okay, so we're looking good. Folks, I will be right back. I'm going to use the restroom, and then we'll get set up for the arrival. All right, folks, we're back, but I'm going to be away for just a few minutes. My wife's just getting back from an outing. I'll be right back. I got to help her out. All right, folks, we're back. Sorry for that lengthy delay. The wife got back. She needed some help getting stuff in the house, and of course, the grandkid, and so we're on our way. I don't know the status of the bot attack, but hopefully done. But I'm glad y'all hung in there. Thank you for sticking around and being a part of Flying with Mike. Going to probably regret this, but I'm going to hit refresh. Not on OBS. I don't know if that's the accurate number or not. I'm not going to worry. It's been, oh, good. Glad to hear that, INYOE. Thank you. I do, for some of you that might be Twitch savvy, I have a question for you. This is on the, well, wait a minute. On the moderator panel, there's this thing called Plus Program Goal. I went somewhere and read about it, but it doesn't make sense or as to where I put it so people can see it. So you all have any insight, either hit me on Discord or, here in the chat. I'd love to learn about it. Always trying to improve, and compliments of Hawker. He's suggested streaming at different times. So we will do that. But yeah, it's been there for a while, and when I look it up on the internet, it doesn't make sense what they're talking about. So, all right. So, and I'd also like to know what the heck came through the house few minutes before all what happened. So, all right, but anyway, folks, thank you so much for being a part of Flying with Mike today, and all of the gift subbing and follows, even though we kind of know what the follows were all about. Love seeing some of you all that came aboard a couple days ago. Yeah, I have all these new friends that are called Bot. I don't know. I listen to a radio channel called Bot Network, but I don't think they're the same bots. Oh, but anyway, let's see where we are.
Hawker 125 gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Well, Air Hangor, thank you so much. Oh, Hawker gifted to Air Hangor. Thank you, Hawker. We sure appreciate the gift sub. We really do. Thank you so much. Thank you, folks, for giving me a little bit of faith and hoping that this experiment of full-time streaming while trying to find a job is going to help out here. Although it does open up another door that I have to be asking other people about. But hey, thank you so much, folks. Your support really is very much appreciated. All right. Oh, I was going to see where we were going when we got this. So we just crossed Milford. We're getting pretty close, folks. Let's take a look at this. Time on the roundup here, 1 hour, 2 minutes to San Francisco. We all know it as SFO. So what I'm going to do, folks, is bring in charts. We're going to walk through this. And, wow, I didn't leave it. I left it incorrectly. Hang on a second. Let me zero in on us. There we go. Wilson Creek is next, and Coaldale, and then we're going to begin the arrival. It's a little different one. I don't think this one in particular I've flown yet. So maybe I have, and I don't do a lot of San Francisco, folks. So anyway, so let's take a look at it. The Diamond 5 arrival. So we'll come in over well, let's just, you know what? I'm getting ahead of myself. SFO is 13 feet above sea level. Here's our ATIS frequencies. When you see D in front of ATIS, just realize you can look it up at this website. I've got it actually in here for you. And up in the upper left area, you'll see select facility. Look for that airport. We actually have it right over here, so we'll get to that in a minute. Altitudes are in inches of mercury. Of course, transition in the U.S. actually anywhere in North America, except for maybe a couple spots in Mexico proper and Central America. You're gonna 18,000 feet. Here's what we need to fly the RNAV, and this is only for the 2.8s left and right. I think the other one I'm used to, I think it's the Modesto or something like that. It does them all. All right, you can tell we're coming out of the Sierras. That's all this high terrain here. All right, so we'll be flying INYOE. Oh gosh, now I got the hiccups. All right, INYOE to Diamond. Okay, now Diamond, no faster. Now, different than lane. Max is as fast as we can go. We have to be at 280 at lane. So we can't be any faster than 290 at Diamond, and we have to be above 27,000. Lane between 22 and 26 at 280. Flows, well, always, gotta love it. Lane always flows seeds freely. Gotta love it. This probably means something to someone in Oakland Center. Just don't know what. It's just fun you see these. Going into Chicago, there was one about the Blackhawks. So it's just kind of funny to see how they set some of these stars up. So then always flows. Again, still 280 knots between 14 and 19. Seeds will slow to 250 between 10 and 12. Freely 230 at above 8,000. Arch at 7,000. And that's how we'll sequence for the ILS approach. All right, let's see what we have available. Planning the 2.8 right arrival. We have a GLS. We have an RNAV, 2 different RNAVs, and we'll just do the ILS. It's pretty simple. Let's keep it simple here. Add to route. And Cat 2, Cat 3 capable. All right, so if weather hasn't improved or got worse, we may switch. All right, so the ILS coming in off of Arch, we'll get to in a second. Again, the ATIS frequencies, NorCal, San Francisco Tower, and ground. If no ATC is available, folks, your CTAF more than likely would be this frequency right here, 120.5. I'm going to find out for you. Okay, right now there is no ATC in San Francisco. So that's actually a rarity at this hour. Huh. Okay. So there you go. 120.5 most likely is your CTAF, Common Traffic Advisory Frequency. Keywords advisory, folks. You're just letting people know. do not expect a clearance for takeoff, a clearance for IFR flight. It's strictly advisory. ILS frequencies 111.7. Final approach 284. You can see that right here. We got a little bit of work here to get to it. Aximal 7.5 miles, 1,800 feet. Okay, decision altitudes and heights. The bold is MSL. Bracketed here is AGL. What I've learned in one video only, most pilots will fly a standard ILS approach off the baro, the altimeter numbers. Okay, so whatever's on your altimeter gauge. However, when you get into the Cat 1, Cat 2, or Cat 2, Cat 3 special cats, they switch to above ground. So they'll go to the bracketed number. I don't know the truth to that, but that's what one guy said. Missed approach out to VICU, and that will be, I doubt it, at 3,000 feet. I was going to say, I don't think we'll be at 1,900 feet. There's some pretty good terrain right there, and then some additional information. Okay, so from Arch, 7,000 feet to Zild to Gur to Dumba. Dumba is 15 miles out. We should be getting the localizer then, so we'll be able to track in. Aximal down here will be on the glide slope by then, coming down for a 2-8 right arrival. All right, for us, our speeds we'll get in a minute, but I'm guessing about 140. So about 219 from Aximal to the 200 AGL point or missed approach point. Okay, we got a full approach light system, ALSIF 2. There's our missed approach again. Pappies for 2-8 right should be on the left-hand side. And finally, down below is what we need to get into the airport. So we got to have 200 feet or higher for a ceiling. And we need at least a half-mile visibility or an RVR of 18. Just because we see clouds now, folks, doesn't mean anything. We'll see what we get when we come in. Our ATIS report as of 9 minutes ago. We're not on Pilot's Edge. We're not on any of them. Real world. Let me make sure we don't have, okay. ILS 2-8 right, approach in use. Landing 2-8 right. Departures 1 left, 1 right. That sounds like a standard day. Currently, well, as of 9 minutes ago, we're looking at 250 at 17. Few clouds at 700. That, folks, does not concern us. The overcast does. Overcast or broken's what we zero in on, and it's still 1,500 feet. We'll see how that relates to the runway. It's 14 degrees Celsius, 9 degrees on the dew point. Not too bad. METAR-wise, if you want to see how that all breaks down, just a little difference. It's a little older. So, nice things about this program. Okay, let's get back out as we are now headed for Coaldale. All right, let me pull charts out of the way, and we're going to do one last thing. While you all, I'm going to keep charts up for me. 2-8 right is a 11,870 foot runway. All right, let's go over here, click landing, load sheet. Okay, so we're looking at a 562,000 pound landing. Not bad. Still looking good. 630 is the max. So no fuel dump. 30. For the flaps, I said 11,000. Let's go 800. And we said 13 feet. Runway heading 280. And currently everything appears dry. Hopefully that is the case. Temperature 14. Barrow 2993. Wind 270 at 17. All right. Again, make sure you always click load from data or from the sheet. Here's what we're looking at, folks. VREF 140, approach about 150. Okay, we'll do the best we can on this. These are our flap speeds, flap 1, flap 5, flap 10. That's where the bugs will line up on our speed here. So when we set it, now you can see 220s, flap 1, flap 5, 10, 15, and then we get into our VREF and approach. So actually, I think I did them wrong. Flap 1, flap 5, 10, 20. Oh, yeah, it is all the way down. So I don't know. Oh, flaps 5, flaps 10, 20, 25, 30. All right, so there you have it, folks. Top of descent, probably, let me just look at my approach again. My first altitude, 27. So it's 10,000, 10 to 30, call it 40 miles from Diamond. So got a little ways to go. Not much, but a little. All right, I am going to begin to see if there's a frequency I can set. Nope, this is strictly RNAV. So we'll put in ILS 111.7. Okay, can't do anything here. SFO is 15.8. Actually, I could put in Coaldale. 17.7. All right, so we are 120 miles from, no, we're not. Don't you love when you have to argue with the system? Coaldale. 17.7. That can't be right. Huh. Let's do this. We'll do a quick counter here. 16. Okay, it could be right, folks. All right, so there's your information for the arrival, folks. Really shocked at how far that is still. Wow. Well, I should have looked here too. It's right on. Okay. Wow. Okay, folks, so let's get ready. Hawker's in with a prediction. I think I'll put one in too. All right, we're going to go for the gusto and hope for the best. All right. Now, Nerd with Wings, 50 feet a minute. Whoa, look at him. That's awesome. Oh, watch me botch this one. Spaceman, are you going to join in? I don't even know if you're out there. Oh my, a whole bunch of people piling on me, putting the pressure on. Oh my goodness. Love it. All right, folks, we'll see what we can do. And it's a bummer I can't really come on with VATSIM. Rare that I come in here. I did. That is true. I had a pretty good landing yesterday. I do not have that script in here for X-Plane 12. So we'll have to rely on Pan Am Virtual and Sim Toolkit to be our judge. Well, Sim Toolkit judges. Pan Am will be hopefully a good landing for him. Always forget that, folks. Always forget setting the pressures. No, right now I'm not really wanting one for 12. I'll just rely on what you guys get from Sim Toolkit in the chat and what we go through at the end of the flight. And if we're lucky enough, especially with this plane, it really is a crapshoot if you'll get to do the replay or not. And this could be a fun replay. Just because. Where we come out of the clouds and all. Sorry, I had a yawn there. Didn't really want to yawn in your ears. Oh, what a day. All right, so we figured about 40-ish miles from Diamond. Hang on a second, folks. All right, folks. We're back with you. Sorry. Daughter got here for the granddaughter and kind of cracked me up. That's a little promising, except for that cloud bank past it, that little clear spot. All right. Oh, if I could just get past that, would be really nice. All right. So Oldale in 60 miles. So folks, now's a good time. Take a quick break if you need it. Get yourself your beverage of choice and a snack, because we'll be beginning our descent here in about 10, maybe 15 minutes from now. That looks weird. Or what that was that just showed up like that. Till it did that. Oh, the sim. Let's take a look at our fuel. We're looking good there. Everything's looking good here. Okay, now just get us a little bit ahead of the game here. Here's our descent checklist. We're not going to start this right off. Reason being, we'll only get to here. We can set the auto brakes. We'll get the figure here in a minute. The radio switch, yeah, we can do that. But pretty much from the exterior lights, that's 10,000 feet, folks. Spoilers, that'll be on final or on the localizer slowed. So you can see some of this is gonna, we won't be able to necessarily do it right away. So speaking of which, let's head back to performance. All right, now let's look at our brake action here. Again, we're looking at 11,000 feet. My goal is to try to get off at Tango or Delta, and that depends how far we land down the runway. So I'm going to set for medium. Should we come off at Quebec, we'll just back taxi or bring ourselves back. Terminal 2 is where we park, so we'll find us a spot somewhere along Terminal 2. It's the one that juts out with like a triangle at the end, if you're familiar with SFO. So that's our goal, folks. Then I'm going to go ahead and get the parking chart up here. And we'll just find one of these D gates to head for. All right, so that's our game plan. Okay, we're 30 miles from Coaldale. Okay, just doing some checks here. We should be clearing the Sierras here at Coaldale as we begin our approach. Got to get past INYOE, and then about 40 miles from Diamond, we start our descent. We got about 47 miles to INYOE, and then about 30 miles out of INYOE, 40 miles out of Diamond, we start our descent, and then we try to meet all of our requirements. My MD-11 got another update. We're up to 1.10. Yeah, I've got the Felis update already. Well, updates is definitely way behind. We're up to 1.09 on the rotate, and the classic 1.2.6.4 because I got that this morning. So 1.0, okay, I'm fully up to date right at the moment. So yeah, you know, you kind of got to watch the flight sim a little more there, Hawk. Hey, I know you like to flirt around with different things. Trying to figure out the best way to say that. Drums and other things. So, you know, you just like to um, experiment in other areas. All right, so Coaldale, we just passed. INYOE, we're coming up on 48 miles. Age of Empires 2? Huh, okay. It really does look nasty out here. Wonder what is, if there's a storm system or if it's just that way a lot out here. Because there's nothing showing up on radars. All right, we're off Coaldale. Just a cloud over California. I guess didn't get the memo to bring your passport into California. Okay. Okay, halfway to INYOE, and then we'll start the prep for the descent. Be about 40 miles from top of descent at that point. So I hope y'all have enjoyed JFK out of here. Whole interesting stream today, from low frame rates to other extracurricular things going on here. So, but we are slowly making it into here. And yes, folks, I know there's no sound. Actually, since I haven't been playing music for a while. There we go. I just kind of muted it while the music was playing. Now that we're pretty much inbound San Francisco, and kind of bring the sound of the aircraft back. Well, let's see here. INYOE is 7 miles ahead of us. And all right. And there we are across the air. Alright, there's INYOE. Alright, so now we are 8 miles from top of descent. 30 miles. And yes, folks, I had all intentions of getting going at around 10 o'clock this morning Central Time. Between the X-plane update and some hiccups I had with updating this aircraft, yeah, we didn't get up till 11, and then a couple of little things going on that kept us on the ground a little longer. It's a long plane to get ready to go, so that's why we're pushed a little bit here. But we had all intentions of already being on the ground. You know how that goes. Welcome to flying, folks. Had all intentions of being at your house there, Grandma, by this time, but, you know, the airlines think our ticket's only good for 24 hours, so they're going to give us the whole 24 hours. All right, let's see. Let's go ahead, set 27,000. This is H. Chart me. Holds. Oh, okay, got it. That's kind of what I was thinking, but oh. Okay. All right, so let's set 27. Now you notice the plane's not descending yet. That's because it's set to altitude hold. At about 47, I'm going to begin my descent. So we got about 10 miles ahead. All right, we're far enough off Coaldale now to go. I don't even know if we'll tune in San Francisco. We could tune in maybe Oakland. At just about. So what we'll do, folks, is when we get to the 47-ish mark here, move it down to altitude select. Let it set in altitude or wherever it will stabilize, then we'll switch it into VS and nose it in. We got to make sure to come out of Mach hold once we're down around 30-ish thousand. Otherwise, our speed will be up around 320, 330, 340. But I hope y'all had a great week. And of course, we're going to get that. All right, here we go. Top of descent. Okay, and since it's not helping us, we'll go ahead and help it. 2,000 feet a minute, folks. Start there and see how we're doing. The good thing is we got a little leeway here in the fact we got to be at 27,000 or higher. However, lane, which is 16 and a half miles ahead, 26 to 22. So we got to be pretty close. So once we reach 290, fact, I'm going to go up to it. We'll set to indicated speed for descent. I'm just going to come down at 290, then 280, 250, 230 as we come down. And one thing I really wish the 727 had. See these numbers, folks? You don't realize how much that helps in setting your vertical speed instead of what you do with the 727. Granted, we're talking 10 years between the two and when they came into being. But still, would have been nice. Okay, keep it in cruise till about 20-ish thousand. Then we'll switch to go around for the landing. Going to speed right now. That way I don't forget and all of a sudden find us way up here. So, trying to figure out, why is this plane not slowing? Why is this plane not slowing? Because the loose nut behind the control wheel didn't set things up properly. 25 miles, 33, yeah, we'll make 27, just there, just high enough. Then I'll set 22, then 14, then 10, and then 8, and then our mandatory 7 before we start the approach. Again, thanks for flying. Folks, if you're new to the channel, I dare say this, y'all can laugh and, you know, feel free to follow us. Love to have you aboard. It's good that I can laugh about it at least. Oh. Okay, 15 miles. We're just getting through 30. All right, flight attendants, start getting them cleaning up the cabin, getting ready for arrival.
As you may have noticed, we are experiencing some turbulence. Please return to your seat.
Sorry, folks, I don't have a descent one on this one. We're not experiencing turbulence. We're descending for landing. Gertrude. All right, we're 8 miles out. I'm going to go ahead and set us for 22,000. And that should keep us descending. And we should make that with no problem. I'll just need to readjust our speed setting. So we are inbound. Folks, I wish this is where we were landing. I don't see the overcast. Yeah, we're still looking at 1500 overcast as of 47 minutes ago, so that hasn't updated. Okay, we're at the 26,000 mark, so we're good for lane. Backed off the descent just a tad. All right, folks, here we go. Those of you new to the channel, if you haven't, exclamation mark the word predict, space, and a negative number will put you in the running for the, well, not a running for a prize or anything, but see who gets closest to how this landing comes out. We've got 4 entries, I think, in right now. All right, we'll level off this time. Then start in just after lane. But yeah, love to see who gets the closest. All right, now let's set for 14. All right, again, we just got to maintain 280. The goal here. The altimeter, 2993. Okay. Over the Central Valley, folks. Watch this be a maritime kind of situation, and the clouds just hugging very low to the ground, 1,500 feet tops at like 2,000. Which I'll take. Don't get me wrong. I'll take that. Try 29, a niner tree. All right, we've got another little hill ahead of us, and then make our run for the runway. Yeah, I've been here a few times, folks. On the sim home. I'm shocked there's still no ATC up in both LA and what's going on out here? LA and San Francisco dead. Like the day not to be able to fly on VATSIM.
1,000 to level off.
Okay, on down to 10,000. I always go with the bottom numbers, folks. Seems to get me closer to where I need to be. But again, you've got a whole range from 19,000 to 14,000 to be at at this point. And yes. All right, we'll be able to turn the lights on here so we can start the checklist as soon as we get this thing slowed to 250. In fact,
Approach checklist, please.
Seatbelt and shoulder harness.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking signs.
On.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Exterior lights.
Check.
Outer brakes.
Medium.
Radio INS switches.
Damn.
all right, we're going to hold right there.
Radio.
Excellent. Let's go.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Spoilers.
1,000 to level off.
Okay, we're set. Okay, we got 5 miles, so we'll go ahead, level this off, put the lights all on, and get that speed brake in.
10,000. Armed.
Okay,
Cabin crew, prepare for landing.
Ladies and gentlemen, to prepare for landing, please fasten your seatbelt.
Hey, we're gonna set now for 8,000. And 230 on the speed.
Altimeters.
1013. Set and cross-check.
Landing data, EPR, and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Seatbelt and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. Off. EPR computer. Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
Cabin ready.
All right, folks, here we go. $260. It appears the ILS is available. There are currently 20 tuned in. Okay, we're going down to 4,000 speeds. Well, there's that cloud layer, folks. As I thought. Okay, speed brakes are armed. Flaps 1.
Flaps 1. Localizer alive.
An hour and 3 minutes old, still the same weather, folks.
Flaps 10. Flaps 5.
Okay, glide slow. Lights are on, brakes are set. Process with the flaps.
Flaps 10.
Okay, we're 12 miles out, folks. Here we go. Cleared to land, 28 right. Rarely get that clearance. You're lucky to get it at 5 miles out. Remember, 1,500 feet, folks. Glide slow.
Gear down. Flaps 20. Flaps 25. Gears down, green light. Flaps 30. Landing checklist.
Gear.
Down and check.
Down and check. Flaps.
Flaps 30.
Flaps 30. Ignition.
Flight start.
Anti-skid.
Check.
Altimeters. 1013. Set and cross-checked. Landing checklist completed.
Okay, we're breaking out. Still don't have the runway in sight because of a lower level of clouds.
One thousand.
We'll be landing shortly. Please make sure your seatbelt is
Okay.
securely fastened.
See the runway? Well, we got till 200, folks. Up, got the runway environment. Hey, cleared to land, 28 right.
500.
Runway in sight. Broke out at about 700. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Landing.
Approaching minimums. Minimums.
Sink rate. Sink rate. Sink rate.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10. Check reverse. Out, off, reverse. Auto brake off. 60 knots.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our destination airport. Please remain seated until the captain has switched off the
All right,
power
folks,
signal sign.
welcome to SFO. I have no idea how we did. We'll get it when I get into the gate. Some frame rates too. Crappy weather. All right, let's clear up.
Flaps 1. Flaps up.
Spoilers. Okay, let's taxi. We'll be heading to these gates right over here.
After landing checklist.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Body gear steering.
Arm.
Auto brakes.
Off.
Ignition.
Off.
Engine and wing anti-ice.
Off.
Radar and transponder.
Hold on. Stand by.
Flaps.
Up.
Spoilers.
Down.
Stabilizer trim.
Damn. 7 units.
Outflow valves. Open. Pressurization mode selector. Manual.
cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on.
Off. APU. Check.
Chocks are on.
Checklist completed.
Alright, we're into blocks, folks. Sorry, a lot going on for such a short taxi. Alright, so let's see where we are here. Secure cockpit. Alright, so we need to shut down, and we are here. Then we'll do a little quick review. It's on. Alright, let's start running it.
Alright, secure cockpit checklist. Brakes.
Okay, that was expected. Hang on. Didn't drain the tanks. Dang it, forgot about it. See, I told you I'd forget. Check.
Beacon lights. Off. INS. Align. Probe and window heat. Off.
Pack valves. Check. Fuel boost pumps. Off. Reserve tank valves. Closed. Hydraulic panel. Check. Oxygen. Check. Flight recorder. Off.
Emergency lights. Off. Radar. Off.
INS. Let's see. Off. Radio switches. This.
There
Check
we
was
go.
completed.
Alright, folks, welcome to SFO. A lot of stuff to do right there at the end. Put J in there, and there we go. Alright, so let's take a look at this, shall we? On a very fun-filled flight. Alright, so first thing we got to do, okay, bear with me a second. I am sure he's going to make me log in. Alright, according to Pan Am, 416 was the landing rate. It sure didn't feel that rough, but it was, so it is what it is. It records what it records, and some toolkit 490, so not much different. All right, so let's go ahead and end the flight. All right, there's what we flew today. Let's view the details of the flight real quick here. 5 hour, 47-minute flight, 65,000 kilograms, only 1.4 on the G's for landing at 490 knots, a little slow at 117. And we floated a little bit down to runway, 2,300 feet of the runway used. were we set up? We were set up on 28 left. That's why we're 782 feet off, folks. Oh, so yeah, so you can see where we touched down. We were probably 10 to 20 feet off the center line. 117 knots, 490 feet. The winner, INYOE, wins with a 300 foot per minute landing. He knew me better than the rest. All right, folks. Do want to thank you all for being here. This was actually a fun flight. Hang on a second. Let's get rid of Sim Toolkit. And now, wait a minute. I had this over here. I have two. Okay, I have two. I don't know. But anyway, let's see if it will let us rewind. First, I got to go here.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Chocks removed.
All right, here we go, folks. Let's see if it will let us rewind. So far, so good. I got a bad feeling, folks. Comes the landing gear. We're a lot further out than I thought. The frame rates are getting us on this big time. It didn't really seem like all that bad a landing, other than my placement on the runway. not bad at all, folks. You know, it could have been better, but hey, we'll take it. After 6 hours of flying, 7 to 8 hours, we will definitely take it. This part I wasn't happy with, that I didn't stay on track, but we're good. Hey, didn't you know this was the center line? One more look before touchdown, say right here out the window. Again, we were set up for two-way to left, and I took. All right, overall, I think a pretty good landing. All right, we'll see what the tower shows us, and then start wrapping it up. And we're not going to see it. All right, folks, that was a great day of flying, I must say.
Cockpit to ground, put the chocks on. Cockpit to ground, connect ground power.
Don't know why the flaps are still down. Oh well.
Chocks are on.
All right, folks. Well, that was a great day of flying. I want to thank you all for being a part of Flying with Mike and the trials and tribulations there of flying today. Wow, were they many. Frame rate issues from the get-go. We had other issues with followings. However, we had Insuik with a couple of gift subs, and we had Hawker with a gift sub. So folks, welcome. I hope you all enjoy that ad-free viewing. It's what comes with the sub, and hope you enjoy it. Folks, I hope you enjoyed this foray into Pan Am virtual. If you're wanting to join, we get you a quick web link up here. www.crew.pavirtual.com crew.pavirtual.com. Check them out, folks. Great bunch, great place to be. A lot of stuff coming, a lot of stuff going on. Great ACARS system, even though I think it was wrong. No, just kidding. But overall, folks, a great time. Yes, indeed, over there. Is that what the deal is? That's what the deal is. Okay. Trying to figure out why is everything so dark. All right, now let's see if those come up. So again, I hope y'all enjoyed. Now tomorrow I had scheduled the Citation 10. We are going to be going out of town, and we'll be back later in the day. If there's time, I'll fly it then, but otherwise, for now, we'll postpone that, maybe schedule it up if we can't get to it on Monday. So folks, thank you so much for helping me with this trying time of no longer working out at the airport and trying to full-time stream yet look for a job. And thank you so much. You don't know how much it's helping. And so thank you so much for being a part of Flying with Mike. Folks, we'll call it tonight. Hope you all have a great day. God bless you all. We'll see you next time here Flying with Mike. is let's see if there is someone who really wants to be rated out there. Well, you know what? We'll give another small-time streamer some help. Let's go to Duluth Fly. Bear with me a second here,